Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows. We're doing another live stream, and looks like I'm getting started around noon, so we get to do about 5 hours of live stream today, and then stop so I can have dinner. Hopefully we're not going to get locked into some crazy burst of work like I did last time when I went an hour and a half over because stuff was just starting to come out right. But I will say that it turned out worthwhile because that got me the tone color thing that I then immediately followed up and over yesterday put into Airwindows Meter. And that ended up looking quite nice. So I'm pretty happy with that stuff, and am just like, I have nothing measured right now in Meter. I've been measuring everything so that I could evaluate how the rating stuff was working. And I've gotten it up to the point where I put out the most recent version. I feel like maybe what I should do this weekend is follow up last week's slightly late drop of Meter 022, which turned out to be Meter 023, and then immediately kept moving after that. I should do a better video for demonstrating it. Not completely sure how I'm going to go about that, but I think that might be a good idea, because people are going to ask, how do I use this? And funny thing is, I spent the morning using it for something completely different. This is a podcast that comes out. I'm not really quite sure who does this, but it's a genre podcast, techno. It's 2 hours of techno each time. And as you can see, they've done hundreds of them. And I have downloaded large quantities of them. And it always sort of frustrated me because they had this big collection of like, oh, hey, this is all this awesome underground techno. But then I couldn't tell anything apart, and I couldn't tell whether I was liking it or not. And if there was one that was bad, I wouldn't remember which one it was. And I thought, nobody has enough time to listen through the entire thing, much less listen through the entire thing and go, okay, half an hour in it was great, and then an hour and 30 minutes in it was still great, and so on. But Meter can evaluate that stuff. So I ran Meter on all of these with the current code that is keeping track of the Meter score across the entire duration of this song to see what was going to happen. Because these are techno sets, right? Usually it will hit like at least one of the things is going to hit A in the first 30 seconds. It's techno. And very likely all the rest of it ends up hitting A immediately thereafter, and then everything else is just how much time is being spent being fully optimized. And it's not really designed for this, and yet what I've got there, without me hearing any of it go, did a pretty good job of evaluating which techno was which. And I think I can even demonstrate, at least, I could maybe even tell you what. Let's be extra generous, although you might not think it, but see, I get to pipe this through to the stream. Now, I don't believe I can really play extended parts of this, even though it's techno and not pop hits. I think there's still a possibility that stuff would get claimed if I set it playing for an extended period. I wouldn't know what the track was, but if YouTube's pattern recognition identifies it, then it would figure that stuff out. But I think I can put on a track and just skip through it and then immediately stop it. And you get a pretty clear idea of what this techno set was like, but without anything being content claimed for techno. And the point being, when it rates something poorly, I'm able to work out why, even though I didn't control what it was setting the things to. And not all of it is bad. Like, for instance, episode 362, D. Dan here got a very bad rating. It's K. But the reason is because D. Dan's style is very sort of, I want to say, spiky. It's all high-frequency percussive noises and is very kind of empty sounding. And there's nothing so wrong with that, but it fails to deliver on being able to produce extended loud sounds, unlike the higher rating stuff. Hey, John Dub. So, let me run a program here, Audio Hijack, which will allow me to pipe this through to the speakers in some kind of way. I think I'm also going to adjust it so that it's coming through the computer monitor. It'll be more mid-rangey that way, but I'll be able to hear it pretty clearly. And it won't fill in bass from the subs into the microphone feedback. So yeah, without further ado, here's some glimpses of Reclaim Your City techno tracks ranked by Meter. First of all, Meter wants its techno to sound like this. It thinks techno should sound like that. That's a very high-rated result. Here's another guy. I think that sounds pretty cool. It doesn't sound the same. I think it sounds pretty cool. It is rated A plus or plus A. I have those sorting things to the top. Another A plus. So I hear you asking, or I don't hear you asking because you're not asking, but I'm going to show you anyway. What does a bad track sound like? Let's go to one that was rated Z. Check this out. And like artistically, this is still a fine choice to make. Meter just doesn't like it. Why?
Princess.
Kind of empty. So Meter didn't like that. Meter thought it was too empty. There is not enough loud in there. And then here's another one along the same lines. The second lowest score was De Niro. Same deal. It's on the bright side. Sort of, it's missing certain things. In this case, I believe this one was going so hard with brightness that it didn't show up at all, because all the brightness was distorting. And so that's a tonal balance thing, which if you turned the gain down to go into it so that nothing, if you take something that is super loud in Meter, and then you turn it down until nothing is clipping, but also nothing is overslewing, you'll get a pretty accurate representation of what that score really is. In any case, I didn't even need to do that for this one. Because all of its noises are really very bright. And that's basically how it goes. I mentioned D. Dan. I'm not going to publicly name and shame all of these guys that didn't get A plus scores. I'll bounce back to those in a moment. D. Dan has just a spacious sound that's sort of very percussive, and so it doesn't have loud things happening in it. So the loud category did not go very high for this one, and it sounded like this. Need I say more? So, no shade on choosing a style that is that. What Meter is saying is that's not going to be as popular as, say, solid sounds happening, sounds that trigger the loudness part of Meter, and it's balanced between that and the bass that all of this stuff has loads of, and the highs that all of this stuff has loads of. So all these plus A ones are entire techno mixes which fulfill all those conditions more than the rest of them. And there is about half of them that have maxed out. Nothing went to plus A. I don't know whether that's even possible. It is contained within Meter, but I don't know if it's possible for that to happen in a real song or even test song. And then another half of it is all cool in its own right, but it departs from that stuff in one way or another. And yeah, that's what I've been busy doing. I'm getting ready to do like my tracks from my Eve Online music collection, which I've listened to so much. I listened to that in the car. And I want to see how that registers on Meter, though we're not going to do it on stream. I'll do something a little more coding-wise on stream. Plastic Man, I want to see what Plastic Man does with some of those things. For instance, what I can do, see, does it open? It does. Here is a absolutely classic minimal techno track. Marbles is the title screen track to a DVD, a film made about Detroit techno that I own. That is an exceptionally good film, and this is what they use to roll the opening credits. And what I can do is in this case, I am going to content hide it because Plastic Man's a very big name. Actually, we've got shifting of bits gain in there as well. So technically, I can just run this. You can hear little snippets of it, but then I can continue talking about what I want to do today and leave this playing without the music interrupting me. But here is where I've got with this so far. I brought in the tone color that was where I got to when going so long over stream on Tuesday. I basically completely solved that one and then spent yesterday updating all of this, and this is 0.25. So if you don't have the version that looks like this and does this, the big changes are in those horizontal bars across there. And the bar, rather than showing like abrupt spots of color, is now doing a linear color. And then the top one is drawing tone color over time. Now this is, as you can see, Plastic Man started things out in perfect balance. So we spent some time running on perfect optimal hit intensity. I think what I'm going to see here is that as new stuff gets added, that hit intensity bar, also note that I've done a little thing to it where unless you're resizing the window, it should draw smoothly without all of those missing, the speckly look from missing bars, from failing to draw it properly. I think it's doing that okay. At least it is right now. So there's that. And yeah, I mean, Jonathan, the whole thing about that is the hit score is whether you're balancing loudness and brightness properly. And Richie Houghton is quite capable of doing that in a techno song. Like, this is overwhelmingly bassy, but you'll notice it's evolving to do other things. Oh, it missed a spot there. See here? This bit here. That's the thing I was trying to fix. Every now and then, if the screen doesn't update properly in Juice, it will fail to draw on that little snip. And I don't honestly know what to do to fix it at the moment. That's been there for all of the versions of console and all previous versions of Meter, is it would sometimes miss if I was trying to draw a linear gradient across this way, it would do what it just did there, occasionally miss one. Sometimes it'd get it so that if I adjusted the screen in a certain way, it would start missing lots of them. And I don't know why it does that, but I improved it at least. It's, I believe, doing that when it's not drawing successfully for some reason. But yeah, I spent a bunch of time yesterday trying to, and oh, look at what it's done now. See, what you see here is it's sweeping through a near white color because it's going from one tone color to another. It went to a brighter tone color that is represented with this green. Green means more highs than you need. And sure enough, we have lots of overslew, we have lots of highs. It's only counting the ones that are within the region being looked at. So we could well end up with it pushing the extreme highs a lot. Oh, hey, Aaron. I used to. I've outgrown some cats. I haven't replaced them. I don't understand what atomic maybe variables are, but it sounds like I should be using them. Anywho, here's the neat thing about techno and electronic music is the way that the textures can change like this. See, here's part of the texture that he's running with there. And it's been changing and shifting, and like sometimes it's throwing a lot of extreme brightness, but then the brightness went away. It switched into this other mode. And as you see, the tone color is changing. And one of the things that you find is with incredibly successful songs, rather than necessarily sitting at one tone color, I feel you often find that in the shifts of the tone color, it sweeps across white. It sweeps over into whatever is most needed in the song. So rather than working its way around where it spends some time being too bassy and then it transitions over to being too treble-y or whatever, it'll just kind of go and do its thing. And with interesting tonal transitions, it feels to me like they will often sweep across tone color of balanced. And that's why I put on the right side of the screen on these bars. And I've arranged it so if you resize the screen, it tries to crop out those texts so that you can still see the score here, which is DFHA. If you make it a tiny screen, then you get DFHA in big letters in exactly the middle of it all. And all the way over on the right there are basically the instructions. If you don't know anything about what's happening, what you do for the top bar, the tone color, is try to make choices that seek a white balance. If you're approaching a color white or a pastel color, that's going to be better for tonal balance. Tonal balance of a vivid color there is wrong. The bottom one is hit intensity, and that's the one where it's documenting how good your balance is based by the color will go from like blue to green to yellow to orange to red based on how super balanced everything is. But then the intensity ignores fullness and only cares about the balance between loud and bright, which seems to indicate, that seems to highlight what makes stuff really register as a super big hit. That's the key thing that made like Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven register as throughout a giant hit, because the deal with Stairway is it goes from nearly the very beginning to the literal end, never varying from a perfect balance between loudness and brightness, or tone, technically loudness and detail, because it's not specifically brightness, it's how dense the clouds of high-frequency peaks are. Even though it's gradually increasing in tempo and density the entire time. And that was intentional. Like Jimmy Page was doing that on purpose. And it worked so well that Stairway to Heaven ended up being so heavily played that it became a meme, and then it became a joke, and still as strong as it ever did. And yeah, the stuff going on in the song and the colors and the displays and things, this is just showing a picture of marbles, which I can play a little glimpse of it. This is what the bright stuff sounds like. With some of the techno that I was fooling with, the difference between Richie Houghton and these many other techno mix producers would be they would go for stuff that was this bright. It's massive overslews in here. Although notice we've got some little blue dots in there, meaning that it balances. But then they also wouldn't have anything showing up here because all of their sound would be incredibly bright. And this is enough to get a balance. And yeah, I think that's heading to the finish of that. I can't see where the track is anymore. But now I'm trying to figure out who are you speaking of, Jonathan? Because if you're speaking of literally this being Richie Houghton, then maybe you know more about it than I do. Oh, also look at the interesting, this is clearly a picture of that high frequency noise panning from one side to the other. Look, this is the left and the right. It's clearly doing a little wandering. And yeah, all of this is minimal techno. Minimal techno, you can pretty well expect that it can have oppressively loud, bright noises. It's almost a genre, like a genre classifier is, yep, it's going to be as green as possible for some of that stuff. This is certainly pushing the extremes in that direction, although you can't really hurt the penultimate yeah, so Jimmy Page, yeah, and fair. Yeah, well, I mean, it's right that he struggled because he did the correct pick. Let me first move this out of the way so I can find that. I want to show you one more thing before going off and doing something else. Here's my big list. I need to go through all of these in real time, typically while not listening to it and just noting down what it got to in the end. But I have just gone, and the most recent revision, if I do Stairway, it's still a or plus A rating. All manner of other stuff winds up having very different results. Interestingly, a couple of giant Doobie Brothers hits do very well in these circumstances. But if I scroll all the way through here to where Beetle, oh, and Shell of Light. Shell of Light still rates very high, which makes sense to me. If I briefly show you what I saw here, and in this case I super have to not let any of it play. Reset. Watch what happens in tone color. This is one of the ways that I dialed in how that worked. And of course, it's While My Guitar Gently Weeps off of the White Album. And a giant. And I would say at this time, A is a superlative, like the current build. This is how well it's doing, and it still only managed to get to, oh no, now it managed to get to A. It's incredibly hard to get an A rating in the new version of the meter. The version that is keeping track of everything over the entire duration of the song, which is the change that just happened. You really have to hit super hard. And so a good score probably starts around F. Maybe not. Maybe a good score starts around C. And if you actively have a bad one, and look at what's happening with the tone color. We've got moments where it's just going to the most pastel of shades. That's how good the balance is. It's not a very long song, so it's leaning a little bright here. Like this part was the most hitful part. We're going a little bright for the final vocal part. And then watch this. Red means more bright, more loud. So the guitar coming in made it go to red and orange. Now we've got the voice coming back. And I think it's the organs and things in there that made it be that loud. Here's the final. And again, a pastel shade here. Perfect balance. And then it's going to try to sit on a over the whole outro. But that stuff was really the part I was trying to show you, where as relevant things happen to the song, hit intensity is staying very high. Like, it's not changed in density all that much as it goes. Usually as you go into the final bit, like here's a bit where you see some of the overslewing happening, and that's also driven it into brightness zone. Green counts as brightness zone. We've lost the white balance. But then it's finding its way back, like loudness is recovering. And tone color is not just going to a max value and then being stuck there, or being thrown off the max value. Tone color is tracking what's actually happening in this song. So as we are going into the fade, it's drifting into just the loudness predominates here. And other songs will do different things. But going through this particular track it goes in some ways towards explaining how this meter is doing what it's doing, specifically with the tone color part. Because the tone color part, like the hit intensity part, I think it showed pretty well why this gets to a A rating. And in fact, I could count this as the first one that I've metered and write that down. I don't have to do it over again. We just ran through this. We might have not listened to every bit of it, but we don't have to. If I do this, I can have my first official rating. And if you want to see any other ones, I'll happily do them for you, even though we've got coding stuff to do today. I think I'm going to be able to get the coding stuff done pretty good. That's what it was, right? Yep. Ta-da! First official score. So yeah, if you want to ask me to check anything else, I'd be happy to do it. And you'll hear little bits of it, and I'll do a running dialogue on what meter is doing and what it means throughout. We could throw in a couple of things that are interesting. Like, for instance, I'm looking forward to going through all of these police tracks. And it would be interesting to see what the giant mega hit don't mind me, my brain is shot after this last week. The giant mega hit Every Breath You Take. And what that does in this newest version, and that's not such a long song, so I can simply roll that a bit and we'll see where it gets us. Oh, I made a simple mistake. I have to hit the reset button, otherwise it doesn't count. Move to selection start. Let's start that over again. Hey, greetings and hey, grens. Okay, so this counts. Now let's see what tone color does. Let's see what hit intensity does. And at the end of it, I'll have another legitimate rating and I can chalk that one off on my list. I've got literally everything yet to rate, so we're not going to be doing most of that today. But I thought I'd walk through this a little bit just to sort of explain. I've rested a bit. I would have been on stream earlier if it wasn't for the fact that I was taking things easy. I did a thing where I ran all of my Reclaim Your City downloads through Meter. Reclaim Your City is a techno podcast, and I often like it, but I don't always like every bit of it. Ooh, look at that. What happened? Okay, that's the voice coming in. So when the singing enters, suddenly we're in star quality. It's, oh, can't you see? And boom, suddenly that filled in the balance. Boost color is now max. Because that's what this is able to do, even though it is deeply bassy, like you can see what the lows are doing down here. I can move this to hide under my camera feed so that I can still control it. And then what happened here? Up, as expected. That's the big chorus. That's the big chorus where, in a certain way, it bumps to maximum setting. And also remember what I said about how the tone color will tend to go towards a white color in particularly key moments. Look at what happened in the chorus. It's been very deep and bassy. and then boom, it's sweeping into red, and then the highs are there, and it almost goes to a perfect white at this moment. But it's kind of drifted in that direction. And from this point onwards, we are either at full intensity or pretty close to it. I'm not going to fiddle with it. Like right now, we're doing a version of this where the score and the colors being drawn are driven by unquantized values rather than generating like hit intensity or boost color. See, and it just went to an even higher intensity. Boost color went to a brighter thing there. And it still only bumps up those letters. It's bumped up the letter for slew to one higher than the other ones. But that can also wander based on, like, for the purposes of setting the balance, that's not pegged to that letter. That's chasing it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the meter's gotten to a really interesting place. And yeah, it's 0.2.5. In other words, if you go to the page, you'll be shown the most recent version, and it'll be there. So you can go and download this and fool with it anytime you like. Oh, what are we doing when the tone color has just changed? Oh, that's the fade. Yeah, so I think it's quite neat checking out the way in which the tone color, which is not actually assigning meter ratings. Like, tone color is not directly going to the score. But tone color is telling you what's happening in the mix. And this is the thing that I put into Console X3. Console X3 is going to have that going on. And we just got to a rating of BHIH for this track. If anybody would like to request another song, anything here, name it, I'll tell you if I've got it. I'll continue to do this routine and talk you through how this works and how we do it. Or we can go over to the coding stream, which I'll get ready to do. And I've got some updating to do, which maybe I can... Let me switch away from this just for a moment because I've got a little bit of fussing to do. Here's my shuttle for making stuff go. Make stuff go from one place to another place. And then here is where I have the current version of Console X3. So the standalone old school retro version won't have any of those things. Oh, I do have BGs. I don't know if I necessarily have that many. Here, let me quickly, I'll scroll it to the BG section. Tell me if you would like to see me go through one of those. I'll talk about what the tone color is doing. And Beatles, Beauty Pill. Yeah, so those are the ones I've got currently. And I'm going to drag plugin processor CPP over to here, because I'm copying some of my stuff out of there. I've essentially got Console X3 finished, although I don't have anything prepared for being able to actually release it or demonstrate it. But I do have it finished, and once I have done the standalone version, which I'm also going to do. Oh, I do have. Cool, okay. We're on it. Let us have a look at how BG's Nights on Broadway performs. And I'll turn the content height is going, but here we are. So this is not necessarily going to get the highest score ever, but what it's going to do is I'll be able to note down, Jonathan, yes, I would, but does that mean I would try to get the same tone color each time? No. Some things I would be deliberately aiming for a tone color that was more like a deep blue, a dark, more bassy kind of thing going on, or even a yellow, abrasive, raucous kind of tone going on. And that's because I can get the A score over a wild variation. Like, compared to anything modern, Stairway to Heaven is deeply bassy and so buried tonally that there's nothing going on to it at all, but it still has that perfect balance throughout. I have full range using this particular version of the tool. I'm not stuck just only making things that are loud and aggressive and sound modern. I could make stuff sound really mellow and really dark and vibey. I can make stuff sound aggressive and raucous if I balance the highs and the loudness just right. Any of those things will produce an A or a plus A rating, but they'll all sound wildly different. So I would, in fact, try to always get a plus A score. If I know what I'm doing, it's not that difficult. A lot of this stuff can be adjusted to dial that in fairly easily. Doesn't necessarily take a lot of adjusting. Honestly, I am to some extent wondering whether it would be worthwhile. There's a couple of things I'm wondering. It's possible that maybe today would be a good time to try to implement I've been asked for the Juice plugins to implement double click on the knobs to set them to a default value. And I could do that in such a way that if you wanted to have the ability to run console X3 and not run the console processing, if I had it set up like that, I could set the default value to be 0.5. And then anytime you double clicked on the button, it would give you the no console processing version of it. And all of the things can work that way. And certain things might default to something else, but I can set up those defaults in that way. And having them be able to reset that way is handy. Like, I have that in Reaper for generic plugins, but it's choosing 0.5 for every default setting, regardless of whether it's really the default setting or not. With this one, I can set it up so that it is, I can go to a preset, and if the preset is the default, it will refire start the plugin up again and load its default positions. And that will work. So that would involve me derping around on the internet and trying to find how to send a double-click event to a Reaper, send a double-click event through Juice and handle it in some way. I think that would be worth doing. I don't have the ability to do it in the standalone, but what I'm going to want to do, and what I've copied over onto my SD card to implement, is the ability to have Console X3 be one plugin, not a set, not like console, bus, and so on, just the one plugin. And there's a control in it which you set to console channel or console bus, or neither, or some combination. All right, see you later, Prince. You don't know that because remember how some of the techno mixes that went for 2 hours and never got above Z? This is This is a strenuous meter. It takes a lot. It takes a lot. Remember how I said like F counts as good? G is just one letter off of S. And I think this still counts as good. The ones you want to avoid are getting rated like W or whatever. So G, G, J, E. Yeah, and here, while I continue to talk about that, I'll run another Bee Gees song. Jive Talkin' is what I would consider a giant hit in its own right, in that the amount of groove that it has is superlative. And we'll just quickly run this and see where this one gets. Because I've only got 3 Bee Gees songs in this collection at the moment, because I don't have enough of the original albums. What I'd like to see is the albums where it has some of their disco hits. But the disco hits will tend to lean in the direction of green, and it'll tend to lean in the direction of like bright and sparkly. So running Jive Talkin' through this. There's a lot of space in it. And it's immediately finding a balance, even though the song has barely kicked in. And it's immediately got to a B rating already. And that's because all this stuff is balancing. That's the power of hitting a balance between these things. And again, bass and fullness get to vary. Oh, and look at that. This is one of the reasons why disco was so popular. Here, I'll shut that off for the moment. But like, this is one of the reasons why disco was so popular. We were coming out of a rock era, and everything, the tone color of everything was bright red or orange. The tone color of everything was tended to be loud and abrasive, or blue, and just bassy and fullness for everything. But here we have an early disco hit, and look at what it did with tone color. As the music kicks in, it takes you to this place that looks like a clear sky. And that, okay, what's going on here? Yeah. Going a little more bright. Yeah. Look at that. This is a hit record result, even though the whole thing, it's not very loud. This is not a loud track. You don't have to make things loud. Look at this. Look at how, like, this is like this is arguably better than the Beatles doing the Guitar Gently Weeps song. That's incredible. It's amazing what they were doing there. And again, we're evaluating this strictly on the basis of sound. This is evaluating a sound. It is not necessarily about, it doesn't know what a note is. It doesn't know what a beat is. It can't tell whether the beats are hitting on the beat or whether the beats are wandering around. It doesn't know what a word is or have any idea of a lyric. Mind you, Jive Talkin' is not the most amazing concept to express, but it's a fine concept to express. But yeah, so this one ended up comfortably going above the previous one, not because it's that much better of a song, but because the sound it makes hits these particularly good balances. And that's what Hit Record Meter is all about. Like, Bee Gees here is stomping all over a large number of other songs. It has become more stringent in giving any of these ratings. So for the Bee Gees to get to C there is quite impressive. Like, Stairway to Heaven is A. Jive Talkin' is not a Stairway to Heaven, but there's a lot going on there. And let me remind myself what that CMJK. Hey, Crappy Blonde. Actually, what am I even doing moving that over? I'll move it so that I can see this stuff in case somebody asks me for another song. And I will happily evaluate any of these on stream for you and talk about what I'm seeing in the settings. You just got to ask. But I'm also going to take a moment and start doing some of my actual work for redoing the standalone version of Console X3. Because there's some things I must do in order to get that up and running. And there's also other things that I have to do. For instance, I have a update to Purist Gain coming. You wouldn't think it, but I do. Oh, I don't have more than... That's Billy Joel, yes. I don't have More Than a Woman in my collection right now. Again, ask me for anything song-wise. I'll go through, I will measure it using meter on stream. I'll talk about what it's doing and what matters about it, what's interesting and notable, and what you can keep an eye out for. And then I'll write down the score and I'll have that done, rather than having to go and do it later. So I welcome that. I welcome being asked for, oh, Bee Gees? Fair enough, okay. I don't know them well enough to know that, unfortunately. Oh, an immediate request, so tell you what, how about I'm going to get this started, and then I'm going to switch over to that. So we're going to start with Mac AU, and we're going to start with console. Just a moment. I'm derping around in all different kinds of places here, but it's fine. Go to Juice Windows. I want to see what ID I assigned for this. I think it's in Plugin Processor H. Let's find out. Maybe not. Maybe it's in another place. I'm looking for the plugin ID of this particular plugin, and I'm not finding it, but I will. Give me a second, I will. Does not appear to be in here either. Huh. Oh, it's not going to be in Airwindows UI, I know that. How about if it's in Plugin Editor? I'm looking for the ID value of this. Maybe it's been put somewhere entirely else. Not unthinkable. So I am forgetting where Juice puts these things. Plugin Editor, CPP. I'm looking at another screen, don't mind me. We've got a lot of things here. I don't know if they... Oh, I bet I know. Hang on. So in Juice, what I'm talking about isn't there. What the... Don't like that. Oh, okay, let me... Sudara is putting this in here. It's not showing it up in the meter repository, but it's showing up here. So Pample Juice now has this built in. I didn't make this. Sudara made this. And I guess more power to him, but that's not how I do anything. What else is he telling Claude to do? Again, I didn't do this. This is Sudara, who has set up this thing so that AI can use his template. And honestly, that makes a kind of sense. If he was making that so that people could use his template to start quickly and easily making plugins, this is the sort of thing that one would do. I'm going to delete it. We have not updated that yet. Ooh, and he's got some melatonin inspector is there for all my stuff, but he's also got a bunch of stuff like blur. He coded a blur before Claude existed that's very high performance. So he's bringing that to the attention of Claude. But he coded that himself. I remember that being there before Claude was a thing. And he appears to also be recommending libraries by other people. And code style. And again, this is his instructions. This is also, you could also say that you can read this as a human being and find that there are useful things about it. Like, maybe not that. This is just a description. These are things I have to do. I have my own instruction for this. Let me actually, well, no, I can't bring it up because it's got some of my secret information in there. So here's Sudara's ClaudeMD, which I believe he wrote all of, because that's what this is. This is an instruction file for AIs to follow. So he would have written this. You walk through this stuff, and the reason I got here is because I was looking for this text. And here's where I'm trying to find the answer to my thing. This is the makefile. It's open on the GitHub repository, so there's no secrets sitting around in here, to the best of my knowledge. And the information I'm looking for, so let me firstly, on the other computer, I'm opening up Xcode. This is a computer that doesn't have Claude or anything like that. It practically doesn't have internet connectivity. It's so old that you can't really connect to websites because none of them are able to work with browsers as old as this runs. This is macOS Snow Leopard on an antique machine, and this is where I do my development for retro plugins. So what I'm looking at here is I have console X identifiers for these things. And this is console X3 pre, so the identifier for this is CX3P. It's a 4-letter thing. And the reason I got into that little rabbit hole there of looking at what Sudara's stuff says, and it's going to be deleting that ClaudeMD file. Or I could booby trap it, but I'm not going to choose to do that. I got there because I realized where Pample Juice keeps that ID number. And then the next thing I'm going to do here is new project. In my case, my templates with CocoaView means it's a stereo plugin, which these are. And we're going to basically just have it be that. Although I could do a console X3 mono for just the audio units. And that gives you the ability to run the whole thing in multi-channel. So that seems like that would be a good inclusion. But let's see. And what I'm doing is I'm building a standalone plugin. And I did not miss that Crappy Blonde you asked for Asia. I'd like to try that. So I'm going to in a moment. I just got derailed. Nothing's so wrong with getting derailed. I'll code until it's time for my tacos and then I'll stop. I'm walking through the stuff that I do. And a lot of it, like somebody in here, maybe who deleted their post or something. No, it's the most recent comment, Rajesh Kumar, said, I want to learn the coding, but I don't know any of these things. Where do I start? That's why I'm doing what I do. I'm talking my way through this stuff, even if I'm having problems or I don't know what I'm doing, so that people can see me doing it and do what I do. In any case, here is the early build of that. I open the source folder and I find this. So this says console X3 version, but notice how it has these question marks here? And the other one said CX3 P for pre. I'm looking to come up with whichever version I'm going to want that will be the overall version, like what I've done for the GUI version of it. I want to use the same plugin ID. And some of them will be standalone, and some of them will be GUI. And then the mono version will have a slightly different one that will be console, like CX3M for mono. So here's where I switch back to the other screen. And I'm still looking at the Claude MD thing, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Notice how it says, do these things. It could very well be telling Claude to ask people human language questions, such as what's your project name, and then set it to those. Mind you, Claude is probably also capable of going, what's a good plugin manufacturer code? I know, Apple. So we'll set it to APPL. That's not actually correct, but it would be able to do that because it's saying update these things. And I had to go through with my own instructions and update those things. I have a list of things to do that involve walking through all these steps. I've just made my own list. I'm not using this list. This is the list that Claude is supposed to read. And I'm pretty sure I've set my builds to release mode. But yeah, also I ran the CMake file using GXcode, and that's how I'm doing my work there. It does make me a little curious now as to where I stand with all of that. Like, am I looking at, yep. So let's see where I'm at. I'll just open Xcode now. If it's not useful, I'll close it again. But I want to see where stuff was set. I'm doing a build. And I've got this set to console X3 all. I'm not sure whether that tells me to be in release mode or not. Well, edit scheme shows me what the answer to that is. And honestly, it looks to me a little bit like it has made it be released in debug for X3 all. Let's do that over again, and then my local copy will run a little more efficiently. I'll hit build, and it's building it, but now I've updated that setting. Now, I don't think it's necessarily going to do that on GitHub, but I can ask Sudara about that in future. We'll figure it out. Also, now I get to find out whether it builds in debug or release or not. But this should be building my local copy, building it in release quality rather than debug quality. It has been working fine without that, but we'll see. And honestly, it seems to be chugging a little bit, but that's fine. It's not like this is meter. This is much bigger than meter. Also, it might be bogging down a little bit because I'm doing a live stream and all of that stuff at the same time. Or maybe it's optimizing. Honestly, I don't know why it's dragging its feet here. We're doing a build. It says build succeeded. So technically what that means is it may have gone through doing all of its things differently. It was in release for the first time. All of my local copies that I've been building have been in debug, apparently. Here's the last of my coffee. And seeing as this is console X3 that I've just built, we can quit out of Xcode and scroll down to S, because I have not forgotten that Steely Dan was asked for. And we can load that up. And we can have a quick little look at Airwindows meter, or rather, Airwindows console X3, rather. Twisted Wave is a little bit fussy as far as how this works. And we can run this. It's not going to play it, but and this is console X3. This is the dry setting, although I can still work on getting that double click thing going. I said I would like to try to make that work, but all of this stuff is live and working. And we can switch to the slew rate reading. We can switch to the zero cross. And notice that the light up here fader is that setting that went into the new version of meter. This is now a tone color meter. In fact, threshold for the compression, which we can see by doing this, and this input setting, which is a gain trim, and tape drive. Well, apparently we gotta crank it really hard in order to get the tape saturating. See, there we have tape saturating. See, there's tape drive lighting up as well, and they're lighting up in the color of the tone color that we've got there. So these are blinking lights, and they're for gain staging. Input will be brighter if the input is hotter. Threshold will be brighter if you're compressing, and tape drive will be brighter if it's overdriving. And all of these are sitting on this tone color, which now it is starting to go to a paler shade of purple. And I think it went back. Might be struggling with that one a little bit. Oh, you know what we can do is doctor it so we have more green. Boost the highs, there'll be more green. If we need to have more lows, we can boost the lows in base, and there will be more blue. A little more green, a little more blue. This will work better in mix, but all the same. Okay, so we are looking at the slew rate, so that's as much as we have there. We don't have much over slews. Loudness is here. I can also engage the tape drive to kick it in, and then the bass is here, and we do seem to have boosted it enough where stuff's happening. This song doesn't really sit doing one thing, it's constantly doing things. So I'm having some trouble getting to a point where it's really balancing perfectly, because you kind of want more stuff to happen rather than just only the one thing happening. Bass, highs, loudness. So it's heavy on the loudness at the moment. Maybe we take the tape drive back off again and pad it a little bit so we can boost the highs more. Yeah, there we go. And then it's stopped again. But see, and now we have too much highs, or something else is happening. It's gone all green. That means too much brightness. And now that we have a brighter shade, we can see that the compression lights up when you're compressing more. And yeah, the idea is to tune in the settings in such a way that it's delivering. And see, it's hanging on that green, but that's not going to stick around for long, because I turned the high boost back off again. The idea is the tone color will tell you useful things as it goes. And it's also, and I've considered simply using the LED lights here, because if it goes for like a blue color, then you can't see the meters here anymore. Or I could simply pick variations on white for these, and then it will become very obvious. These are all decisions that I have to make. And these are all decisions that have nothing to do with the version I'm working on today. So maybe what I should do is get a note card from somewhere. Actually, I've got a note card right here with large numbers of instructions on it. This is all the stuff that I have to do code-wise for upcoming plugins. It's ideas of upcoming plugins. And then this is notes on another piece of research project that I'm doing. And I'll just flip that upside down so that I can write across the top of it here. So I'm writing X3 double click, and then a idea for a suggestion. You know what? As long as I'm doing this, let's just quit a twisted wave and restart it. Load up Asia again. I'm busy enough doing this that I might as well get this running. And if I observe anything, I'll let you know. Fire up content peak. Set it to content ID, and then also bit shifting of bits gain. Hit play. And I was going to share with you what the measurement output of Asia is. So bear in mind Asia is going across such a duration that it is likely to resist getting a super high score because it's simply not sitting in super hit record mode all the time. It's very busily going to so many different places sonically that some of them would have the hit record algorithm tuning out. But all of it should probably be registering as pretty good. It's going to do what it's doing, which is like, okay, the fullness is starting to predominate, but it's a Steely Dan track. It's going to balance sonically. All of the hit intensity colors. Oh, and look, we are suddenly getting a lot of missing bits here. This is the thing I thought I had fixed. Dang it. That didn't fix it. Well, that's just annoying. I don't know what to do about that. See, this is the bug I was talking about where it starts drawing missing lines in here. Maybe it's drawing missing lines because it is live streaming and running so hard that the computer is failing to update the screen properly, simply because it has to do this at full screen size and encode it. And I also have, see, there's an idea. No, I don't think I have Xcode still open. I could also go in and rebuild this using the release setting. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have the release setting engaged. Let's. So it's nothing wrong with doing a few final updates. We're going to quit out of here. We're going to open up another. Actually, we don't need to because we're not getting back to that. I have to continue making my notes. I'm almost ready to make my notes. Open that Xcode project. We're going to see whether this improves that behavior. If that behavior is a matter of the computer not being able to keep up, even though it's on a freaking Mac Studio, we'll find out. So our build settings can set it for Apple Silicon and Intel. We're going to edit the scheme and see whether it's in configuration release, and it's not. That is configuration. Oh, interesting though. So run is going to be in configuration release. Build is apparently all of these variations. Archive is release. I don't know whether analyze is what it's doing. Profile is release, which I like. Test is debug. Run. So the funny thing though is I'm not actually, when I build this plugin, it puts the plugin in the relevant folder. Well, I mean, it's doing a lot, but still. I have a bug here somewhere. So we are building all of these things. And for targets, apparently targets to build. So what does this even mean? I don't know what this even means. When I select build, I'm engaging meter all, which means do all of these various things. And then all of these checkboxes, these are also checked, but surely it has to pick among them. How can it not? Like say we go to here. Well, there's nowhere to select that stuff there. So basically this is all just this. And these are all things to select. And some of them are release and some of them are debug, but I can't tell which one's actually being used for when I do a build. So I thought the thing that I just changed something. Does run mean run it inside Xcode? I know when I build my plugins that are standalones, I am producing the binary using archive. What I don't know is when I apply build, which of these does it choose? If I have build set up here, and I'm assuming if I hit build, it does this. That's the hope. If we do this, am I now building the archive setting, which involves archiving it? Also, building a plugin doesn't automatically make an executable file. That it's thinking app for that. Let's set it to run only. And let's see what it does if we do this. We're going to do build. It may or may not be any different. Also, bear in mind, I'm not necessarily running multi-threaded Crappy Blonde, and this would do much better if it's able to do its thing multi-threaded. I feel like it was building differently and more when I changed the run setting from debug to release. Yeah, this is stuff I don't understand very well. We're going to see whether it's able to draw without the lines. Understand, I've never been able to make this meter plugin draw without the lines. I've done everything I possibly could. It's never successfully drawn stuff without the lines. I don't know why. It's like sometimes it doesn't call the draw call properly. So it's doing its calculations, it's doing its measurements, and even the, if I'm not mistaken, coming up with accurate results. Okay, so let's quit out of Xcode now and go back and start this over. Here's Asia. It will be, if it's using the new thing, it'll be using the new thing. Meter appears to appear. And we'll start that over. Meanwhile, I was in the middle of doing this. I was in the middle of doing that. So what I've written there is X3 double click. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was something along those lines. And I think what it was having the thumbs for things like the gain trim and compression be a white color, which will be easier to see and will also be in line. So there's several things I can do there. It could be simply a red color, making it look like it's red LEDs blinking. If I do that, then it actually overrides that, and if the user specifies it, they want to see blue LEDs or something, then that's what it will use. On the other hand, if I override it so that it's just drawing white LEDs, and see, it says it's different pattern of white lines there. Those are what I'm trying to get rid of. I've never successfully been able to draw this stuff in such a way that when it's drawing a continuous color bar like that, and I'm pretty sure that also means it's failing to draw a dot. But I've never been able to successfully make it leave off those color bars that are either blank or showing through to the previous version. It's a juice thing I don't understand. It'll do its best. Anyways, we're looking through what Asia does currently. And see, bit of Asia. Meanwhile, I'm going to say double-click /white LEDs. Or white blinkins. X3 double-click /white blinkins is my note for later, if I do end up being able to work on that. Also, note how hit intensity is doing very well for itself. Like, this is a very mellow, soft song, but all the same, we are rated A. And that's because Steely Dan is that good at balancing sounds. It should continue to track that across a large duration of the song, although maybe not to the point where it's literally another Stairway to Heaven. But it's doing a good job. Anyways, the thought on the console X3 blinking lights is if the tone color, like we see in the top bar there, is not actually a white color, you won't be able to see the other blinkies. So it becomes either a question of, do I just make them be the... and the funny thing about the blinky lights is the darkest color that the color bar at the top is able to make is probably a deep blue, and that is an available color for LEDs. That's an available color for blinking lights. If somebody is using like a dark mode and they want their lights to blink blue, they absolutely can do that. So every other option will have not only the light on the fader be whatever tone color is, and it'll be shifting much like the underlying color here is shifting. But then also the blinky lights are going to blink that color as well, just to sort of drive the point home. I do wonder whether it behooves me to try to make a special control just for being a light up tone color control. Seems like that might be kind of neat. There might be a place for that. So if I do that, there are a number of ways I can go about doing it. Oh, look at what just happened there. We just switched into a bright section. Oh, yep, that's one of the loud sections. So that's the saxophone solo busting in, and it lit up the high frequency, something fierce. It's a Wayne Shorter solo, if I'm not mistaken. And we are still running around being A-rated, which is not terribly surprising, although it's gone bright again. Yeah, I think we're probably throwing off the hit intensity towards the end of the track this way. So it might not end up being A-rated. What they've done is did a dramatic saxophone solo where Steve Gadd was wailing on the cymbals, and the cymbals' brightness is what threw it off. So at this point onwards, the track is moving ahead, but expecting that everything should rise to that degree of brightness intensity, and I don't think it's going to be able to do it. But all the previous time that was a super high score persists. So essentially what's happened is Asia has just screwed up its high score by throwing those cymbals onto the saxophone solo rather than leaving them balanced. And I don't think any, well, no, I stand corrected. Remember at the end of the song, it goes into more bright, loud stuff. And in fact, the loudness has just boosted up a little bit. Went from I to H. Yeah, another quiet section. So it's going to sit at this balance. But then at the very end, you have the dun, 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 with Steve Gadd going ham on the drums. And the drums should fill in loudness to where that top meter should push a little harder. I think it'll push above H. I don't think it's going to do it for very long because that's basically just in the fade. And it's not going to make a difference to the score. But as far as tone coloring, what we're seeing in the tone coloring here, and this is the section I was talking about. See, it did get louder, it did get brighter. And there you have it. So that was Asia in meter. It is decided that Asia goes too hard on the brightness of the cymbals while the saxophone solo is happening to count as truly a Stairway to Heaven. Now, other parts of it are not necessarily too bright. It's just that it's going too hard with that, although honestly, a fair amount of the time it is called for. Like, this part is clearly also cymbals, and it was what was needed at this moment to take it from the red-blue color into the green, but it didn't have to go as hard as this. It went over green here. So yeah, and these are legitimate choices. Like, you can do this, it's fine. I can do this, namely write down C/HDH and not have to revisit it. Or at least I can if I get the damn thing to click properly. Gentleman C for Steely Dan Asia. There will be Steely Dan songs that beat this one, score-wise. It's kind of too long and goes through too many changes to register as an ultra-high score. Yeah. Meantime, we're still looking at this. Again, this is going away. I'm deleting this file. I feel it is offensive to have in my repo, even though it's this is something I'm going to override in Pamplejuice. In fact, I believe I can even go to GitHub. I don't know if they delete things off of GitHub by just going to it. I'm logged in, so I should be fine. If I go to the repo and then go to console X3, this is something that is directly from the Pamplejuice. Like you see there, see that's the Pamplejuice repo. Okay, if I right-click that, I get a contextual menu. If I do this, in theory, I will get some actions, such as getting to delete this file. And we're going to commit that directly to there. Oh, and look, there's another one. And we're going to delete that as well. This is built into Pamplejuice, but I don't need it. Now I know I also have to delete my local copy. So that'll hold me for now. This is just a list similar to a list that I've written for myself about things like this. Like I have a text file that literally tells me personally to set all of these things. And I walk through the text file following the instructions, and this is in my update C make lists text section. So there's nothing intrinsically wrong with this. It's just that the assumption of Claude has to do it is ridiculous, and we're not going there. Yep, if you have another song to request, by all means do so. Plenty of that I can do. I'm doing bits of this. I would like to know how I can tell the continuous integration to build in release mode instead. Maybe it does. I don't know whether it does or not. It does appear to say builds defaulted debug mode for development. So I should work out how to make it build on GitHub using continuous integration, but in release mode. And I don't know where you do that. At any rate, and I wasn't quite finished with what I was doing here. See, what I had up here is these are the things that I have to remember to update. For instance, I typed Airwindows where it says company name. The ClaudeMD file is telling Claude to do this, but I just did it myself. I don't have Zappos Montana as a standalone song, yes, yet. I have a giant Zappa collection. I haven't edited them down to standalone songs at this time. So that's coming. I'll be working on that. And then the information that I was looking for here is where it says project name and then product name, which are separate things. And then all of this other stuff here. And then there's a place down here. It says VSD3 can replace VSD2. 0. I've had to learn how to sort all of this stuff out. And somewhere in here, like Airwindows manufacturer code DTHR means Airwindows because of course it does. It's dither. CX3B is what I'm currently using for the Console X3 standalone. So now there's an interesting choice that I can make here. Given that that last letter, and you know I can still fool with this, I think. I don't know whether it needs to do the make lists over again. And maybe I have something in Thriller, I forget. Let me, we're being scattered today, it's fine. J. Okay. JK, element OP. So, Jackson. Maybe it's under M for Michael Jackson. I got Jackson 5. M. No, I got Michael McDonald, and that's it. Michael McDonald. This is a huge hit, so that would read high. But yeah, no, I don't have the Michael Jackson. Yep. I do have it, but I don't have it copied down yet. I have Tower of Power records. I don't have them recorded yet. I have a total record. In fact, I have the one that you'd want, but I don't have it recorded yet. Oh, you just saw the Moody Blues there, huh? Okay. And I'll do that in a moment. So we're going to let this be CX3B, but then as we switch over to here, let's call the original standalone CX3A. and then we'll call the mono version CX3M. And that ought to hold me for the time being. Jonathan was in there first with Moody Blues. I have no idea what that's going to do. But that's the information that I wanted. So now my Pample Juice versions can be the B version, and the standalone versions can be the A version, and also there will be a mono version for Logic and multi-channel. That's AU only, because I've got it in AU only. And let's quit out of BB Edit. And Jonathan mentioned Tuesday afternoon. So let's give that a roll. One thing about this early track, we've got some low frequencies in there. That's extreme subs. Extreme subs, similar to what I was seeing in like old Verve Zappa records. And we're seeing incredibly good balance right off the bat. It's doing a good hit record score. K and L are very close balance-wise. Although the funny thing about it is the hit record score now is not actually going off of letter scores. I've got the hit record score being included unquantized now. So it's technically using a value that is slightly more granular than the letter scores give you. It's saying LJ right now, so it's drifted a little tiny bit off of that. But if it said like LL, for instance, that would imply a perfect balance, but the actual underlying data going into the hit intensity calculation might actually be more like, a half or a quarter or something like that. It's granular. It's not quantized to the letter grades anymore. So what we're looking at in the hit intensity thing is the raw output of what's being added to the eventual letter grade. Although you mentioned super lows. Right now, we don't have any lows below 60 hertz. That was just in the very beginning. Although we were getting some good lows in there too. And yeah, the overall balance, we are doing extremely deep lows, except for this is 60s style, so we've got a really dense cloud of information there. It doesn't. And then as the singing kicks in, it's bringing it right up here, because the vocal's loud. So the singing there is filling up loudness space, which is desirable. That's what we want right now. And it's pulling the zero cross meter up into the mid-range, because the loudness of the voice is taking over from its ability to put a cross bass. And yeah, we're hearing the picture of the bass when it's all spread across an incredibly wide area between like 200 hertz and 60 hertz. That's going to give you your like 60s style super warm quality. Those low mids and upper bass or where you get a warm feeling. And indeed, the base color of tone color being blue is much in evidence, but the way that dots are drawn, we do tend to see those green dots for when it's all about the warmth and fullness, but it's not really going that hard in any other way. And yeah, that seems legit. And that one was rated CIGD. I'm not sure if I got around to measuring that in the last week. All the other ones that I did, I never got around to measuring this one. CIGD. I would like to do Michael McDonald, I keep forgetting briefly, before moving on to the actual coding. Because I know from my experimenting that this one is an absolute killer, meter-wise, while also being really quiet. Another surprising one that scored incredibly well was a Doobie Brothers track. I'll remember it in a moment. Yeah. Taking It to the Streets performs really well on meter, even though it's an odd sounding track. But this is me running a pass on a classic Michael McDonald song that got sampled and used in things as well. It's so quiet I could talk over it fairly easily. Although the funny thing is I've been trying not to do that just because I know that the direct feed is quite loud. This one maybe not quite so loud. But then you see it's already rated B. And if I remember correctly, the whole thing does a really good job of balancing super well. See, now it's a perfect balance. And it did that by hitting the chorus too. And it's going to do that Stairway to Heaven thing of keeps on inching little bits of itself up a notch. It's sitting at MNN or thereabouts. Now it's MNM, and then the brightness will bump it up another notch, and then it'll be MMM, and all of those letters will match again. Although weirdly the boost color isn't showing the brightest intensity anymore. That seems odd. Yeah, so we're not actually quite hitting a white balance as much as I would think it should. This is because it could do with a little bit of brightness, I think. But then tone color should be showing us that story as well. And again, I don't think I'm wrong in calling this out as this is a super high performance hit record track, because it's got stuff like this on tap. And I remembered it being lasting pretty well throughout, even if the tone color has not actually shown me a bright white shade yet. It's not doing a white balance. It's actually pretending to be a rock song, funnily enough. An earlier version of meter was assigning things on either a rock or a disco balance based on whether they were more loudness or more brightness. And this one seems to, it's like, I keep forgetting is this incredibly chilled song. Like, this is very laid back, it's very quiet, it's got a lot of bass warmth going on with it. And yet, the balance of it thinks it's a rock song. It could just as easily be balanced in such a way where it's a little more glittery and then it would totally come off like a disco song. But no, it's not. And it's working its way throughout with a very consistent tone, but every bit of the way, it's doing stuff to kick itself farther into that white balance zone, where as it goes, it keeps being more, and there we are. So basically, this one does a thing similar to what I've talked about Mutt Lange does on purpose sometimes. It hit its highest apex of white balance right at the end. It kind of worked its way up where something was getting better and more throughout the song as it went, up to that final point. And if it hits at a final point where it did something dramatic, where it's either being the loudest at the final point, or the most exciting at the final point, or in this case, being the most perfectly balanced at the final point, and you end on that, people want to hear it again. And I think that's the story from this one. The story from this one is this number one hit. Maybe part of the reason it's that number one hit is because it's able to work its balances and things so that it ends leaving you wanting more. It ends hitting an apex and that was KMJ, yes? Yep. And that is also a thing that you can do. Also, hang on. Hey, check it out. This time it drew without any of those little white lines in there. Pretty sure it did that one perfectly. Happy to hear that. Maybe it's because I'm not running as many other programs at the same time. I mean, we've got Chromium open. It's just so that I can see chat. And then we're encoding everything in OBS, and we're running audio hijack so that I can hear stuff through the Dell. And then we're also running Twisted Wave and the metering and everything. So it's getting on towards 2. What I would like to do is go and rinse out my coffee cup because I've had my second cup of coffee for the day. And I'm going to put on something that I have played many times before. Let's just load up Welcome to Free Luna, and maybe we'll start with Neuron Factory. And let me play that over a hit record meter, but also let you hear it. And I will go and use the restroom and be right back. But I get to do this when going to do that. I don't remember what the song that I didn't expect to blow my mind on the new meter. I don't remember what that was, or when I said anything of the sort, or whatever. Several of these, like I know I wasn't expecting taking it to the streets to perform as well as it did. I know I wasn't expecting that last one to do as well as it did. There's several of them like that, where I was like, oh, this has never really put on a performance, and yet it did really well. But that's just maybe. We've got some more coding to do the rest of this afternoon. I may or may not fool with the trying to assign double clicks in the GUI version of Console X3. I am going to try to do at least the one, if not several, versions of the standalone Console X3, because I got to redo those, but it's pretty straightforward. And I need to go and do a pit stop and rinse out my coffee cup. So I'll be back in a moment. I will leave you being able to watch how this goes. And you've heard it a million times before, but this is a new meter to see it in. doing. Cool. Oh gosh, now what have we got? Okay, we immediately go into much brighter. So that was neat. Looks like in that song, with me trying to do the best that I can with sonics and stuff, it's very bassy, but as it goes into the fade, that solo sound kicks in, and it takes it into this nice little region of a sort of nice, vivid light color. And again, seek white balance. This is gradually starting to seek white balance as that solo sound comes in. So that implies if I was doing this over again and basically just running the sound on the whole thing, I could get away with turning the bass down. I didn't need to have the lows be this big. Lows, too loud. I didn't need to have this much bass. As much fun as it is making my subwoofers jump up and down. But a lot of the rest of it is coming across pretty well. The fact that boost color is this intense green is testament to the fact that I had too much bass happening but was still getting away with it fairly well. All very cool. Or at least reasonably cool. So here's where we left off. Let me scooch my chair around to where I'm in an appropriate spot. And this would be, maybe I go through and do two new versions. This one being the mono. Console X3 mono. And then they will all have the ability to do bus or channel or pre. So CX3A, CX3M for mono. With these ones that end up with multiple versions, it's useful to be able to use a number in there. Otherwise, I have to come up with unique IDs for literally all of these things. And that can go kind of hard. There can be kind of a lot of them. And here's where I copy stuff out of these other versions. Specifically, this Console X3 mono, it's literally going to be the same thing as Console X3 pre-audio unit version. I can straight up just go through this, copy these over, and it will be the correct answer. Now, the channel and bus versions are going to take a little more fussing. Do I know about the AirG plugins? Nope. Also, I'm going to have to add a control in here, and I'm going to want to look up what that's going to be. And I may very well want to reorganize these. So when I say reorganize these, what I mean is in the graphical version of Console X3, if you make it line up vertically, the controls all occur in a particular sequence. That sequence is not necessarily the sequence that I'm showing here, but maybe it should be. I think they should have the same sequence. So that's going to be another thing to do. Because it's not like I have enough to do. Got to do more. Anyways, for starters, let's copy this stuff over and get it to build. This at least will hold me for the moment. Did I copy that from before or after it says parameters? After. But down to where it says pragma mark. Cool. Okay. Got that there. It's going to be 21 parameters, by the way. Actually, and then the other one's going to be 22, won't it? And then after private, we can just take everything from there on out. Then the C++ file, making sure that it's still mono that I'm working on. Same deal. All this has to be replaced. Because now none of that exists anymore. You know, a funny thing about Pample Juice and working with Juice in general is that particular situation, it seems to be very fussy about whether everything is in order. I'm not sure this is going to be as fussy. I think this will be fine regardless, but currently things are in order. They are in a kind of order. What I'm going to be doing is shifting some of these things around so that we have like the compressor section and then all the little controls like trim and smooth and whatever, which are in another section above the high pass and low pass, or actually maybe it's below the high pass and low pass. And I got very specific ideas about how some of that stuff goes. Description: AirG plugins collection is a collection of VST3 audio plugins. Oh, just VST3. Built on the open source work of Airwindows, Chris Johnson's ongoing project that releases Windows, blah, 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 blah. Yep, that's what open source is for. Rock on. Whoever you are, you should come by the stream sometime and say hello. If you don't, I'll cast aspersions on you and think that you're too good for the likes of me. I'm just fooling. I'm teasing. I'm teasing because I'm slogging through my usual work, as I always must do. So let's see. There's no such thing as param A anymore. We're replacing it all with this, and then we're going to end up reordering these things as well. But for now, we're just making everything register. It's all going to be pretty straightforward. For each of these things, I have a already worked out version that is fully functional, so I can simply make this and build it in its existing state and then amend it as needed. Because I need to add that extra control that lets you do your little crossfades and have one plugin play the role of either channel or bus as you see fit. And you know what? It's going to completely be able to do that. And here, we're going to copy everything from overall scale on down. Just straight up copy all of that and use it. And with that, We can't actually build the first time around because this is the old version of the program, where every time I build these projects for the first time, they need to build their dependencies first. And since it hasn't built the dependencies, it built them after it tried to build the plugin. If I hit Command B again, it's fine. Now I have a console X3 mono, but have not done anything with it yet. I'm even going to close that. And I'm going to open up one that isn't channel audit B suffice. Should suffice. These ones I know they are stereo versions, and that's what I'm going to try to copy over. So here's that version file. This one says CX3C, but the one that I'm making is going to be just the generic one, and we're calling it CX3A because we ended up calling the graphic version CX3B. That may end up with you being able to independently pick out whether you want the VST2 or you want the VST3 in any given thing. Like in Reaper, you'd be able to select the graphic version if you wanted, but you'd also be able to pick the same thing as the standalone. If maybe things were getting a little CPU heavy or whatever, you didn't want to have the VST3 or CLAP version for everything, you'd get to use like the AU or the VST2 version if you wanted, if it was a little more efficient. It's certainly more efficient in terms of not taking up as much space on disk. Crappy Blonde continues to quote, "The collection started from a simple idea, take some of those algorithms and present them with a custom graphical interface that makes daily work more comfortable and visual, not to replace or Chris's." That's what open source is for. That go ahead and do whatever you want with it. Absolutely. I don't understand what is that much more comfortable. And I do my own GUIs, you know. Sudara, the same Sudara that I was just looking through, come to think of it. Hang on. I have to derail into something. Juice Windows. So all these previously existed. Ain't none of these got Claude MD or anything like that, but I didn't notice initially, and I'm glad that I did. And also this does not have anything like that. But this is the one that was built with the most recent version of Pamplejuice. And I'll give it this, it worked first time. Or at least it did the last I checked. But I've just deleted these on GitHub. Also, what's this? Let's open this. What's README MD? MD is a markup file. Okay, this is fine. It's not explicitly AI coded, but it's an MD file. And it is saying, oh, by the way, what about this? So there is that. This is basically a README. I don't need this. I'll lose this one as well. And then this one I absolutely will lose, which kind of reminds me, let's also jump onto Chromium and open a new window and return to my GitHub. I have a thing to do here. Ooh, wait. Okay, I think maybe it's showing this. No, it's just different. README MD is different from this. This is a README, and the MD is a separate one. Okay, I'm going to lose this one. I'm convinced that it's still going to work. We'll commit that directly. Okay, alrighty then. Okay, that was the README. Well, I'll figure something out. I'm losing that README simply because MD files are AI coded. It'll run fine, but honestly, it's Console X3. I think I'm allowed to write my own README for this. I'm not that worried about making a practice of deleting the Pamplejuice livery for this. I've currently been doing that. Like, for instance, here is the current version. And if I return to here, and here's console H channel, well, this is the MD file in this one. Like I said, I think MD files are AI coded now. People expect to see Claude MD and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm going to avoid having MD files in my projects. But back when this was happening, I left this one so that I could basically shout out Pamplejuice, which is my ability to do this stuff. And it's basically making it be just the instructions, and it is going, like, Sudara does expect me to replace this MD file. This one's just there because it's not accompanied by an agents and Claude MD files, which kind of taint the format somewhat. So I'm leaving it because that is the original form of having that README, and it's got all this stuff going on. And formerly I was doing that and being fine with it. But again, I think the agents and Claude MD files have kind of tainted that for me, so we're not going to continue to have it. And I know Sudara is not going to mind me doing a custom README for the release of Console X3, because he more or less expects that you do. Like, you're encouraged to come up with your own graphics and things like that. The stuff that you make using Pamplejuice doesn't have to say Pamplejuice all over it. I'm only doing it because I'm supporting his project. Anyways, where are we at? Console X3 version, CX3A. Here's where I start copying over everything from Console X3 channel, just like I was doing before, and then we will evolve and change these as we go. So it's going to be the same basic thing. I've got it set up with 26 lettered controls available to use. I would love to see that. It would be very interesting to get to the day where Bacon Paul is able to like if Bacon Paul was able to update Consolidated so that it could use large numbers of controls in a way that was nice, that would actually be quite cool. I would totally roll with that and be like, okay, all of the things now fit into Consolidated. Now you can use any of these things from within Consolidated. Currently, well, so Crappy Blonde, you've just reminded me of something, which is that I have a Juice Windows folder with Pamplejuice notes. And my Pamplejuice notes have certain things, like it's showing some of my, it's showing a notarization password, so I choose not to display this on screen a lot. You're looking at the dev laptop instead. Although the other passwords that I have are actually obfuscated because they're a hint to stuff that I have memorized. And then it's showing my developer ID at Apple. That's probably harmless. But the thing that I am going to do here is add a note along the lines of what Sudara was doing in the CloudMD file. Because all the CloudMD file was doing was walking through a series of things, saying, go and do this, and then change this, and then do that. And my instructions say things like, open the terminal, go to here, git clone, project.get, pico get config, change this thing to get-oriented URL, note that there's a colon. If stuff doesn't work, do git pull origin main, and then get submodule update init recursive, and then cmake b builds gxcode, makes that part work. And then the stuff that Sudara had CloudMD saying was similar to replace company name with Airwindows, replace bundle ID with com Airwindows plugin name, replace plugin manufacturer code with dither because it's me, replace plugin code with the capitalized what's in plugin name version H, which we've been doing just now. My unique 4-character plugin IDs are lowercase, so capitalize what the original one is, and you're good. And yeah, stuff like that. And here's where I'm going to also add a note saying delete all the MD files because I feel they are AI coded now. And if you want to use Sudara's Pamplejuice assistance for making Claude be able to understand Pamplejuice better, you can go and find it off of the original template. I would suggest using the Pamplejuice template. That's the best way of getting access to the current formulation of it. If there was anything that he did that enabled that type of use better, that'll be on the default Sudara-based template rather than mine. And then I'm going to, don't mind me because I'm typing into another window now. Don't mind me, doing my best. But yeah, what I'm doing is literally writing a note for myself in my Pamplejuice notes saying, lastly, there are MD files, CloudMD, AgentMD, and ReadMD. Delete those off of the GitHub repository and then also locally. And those will be a consistent change regardless, at which point it will not have those anymore. Yeah, let me move my thing out of the way. I'm fumbling more than I would like. So that was just me typing. Lastly, there are .md files, claude.md, agents.md, and readme.md. Delete these over the GitHub immediately and then delete the local copies. .md files are AI coded, and the first thing I can do is get rid of them. I'll make my own readme when it's all done. And that ought to be useful, and I have done that. Except for I got to go in meter because I do have that readme, which I'll be wanting to do my own version of it, which doesn't have to be a markdown file. Pretty sure MD simply means markdown. There's nothing intrinsically bad with markdown. It's just that if everything AI related is always using markdown for all of its communications to the AI, it will inevitably become tainted, and I would rather use a text file. I don't need the formatting, as if I use formatting for things so much. And that ought to cover it. Well, that's the meter. Hang on, meter is quite recent. I'm now looking at the build for console X3. And interestingly, that doesn't have any MD files in it. That's amusing. Did I just remove them? Don't mind me, I'm fooling around in another window. Yeah, X2 channel has a README. Meter never had any of that stuff, not even a README apparently. And X3 is, I believe, the one that I've been monitoring, and it currently does not have any of the MD files, so I guess I've simply deleted them out of there. Cool. Cool, that's the bottom line anyhow. That's what I was trying to do. Alrighty. Let's drag my dev laptop over to where I can get to it again. It was in the way of me typing. Alright, see, now I am on this one. So I do the same thing that I did before. I like working through this stuff sometimes by taking a known state and extending from that. That's my job today. This time I'm going from pragma_mark to pragma_mark. This one's going to have 22 parameters. And from private on down, here's my variables. And this is automatically the stereo version. I built it that way. I think we can indent that properly. I don't know why that's out of place there. And then it's going to be paste. There we go. Hit save and all the enums work. Some point I need to start building into my templates, like the latency thing. I finally asked somebody who knew what the VST version of that was. There's a way of telling VST to do latency, maybe not tail time, but latency. And I've been doing all of my stuff at 0 latency regardless, just because that's better for working live with stuff. Start building latency into everything and you wind up with a situation where you're trying to play into the mix and all of your notes are a quarter second later than when you sound them, and that's no good. So I prefer to avoid the latency scenario. But apparently there is a way to do it in VST2, and I could build that into my template. It's a thought. Copying this stuff over now. It'll get a little more interesting when I start actually setting it up to be the new order of controls. Because I want a new order of controls. But the first order of business is make all this work. I'm going to want to start it from a known working state. and then modify it from there. And again, I had not realized that I'm also going to want to reorganize all these controls. Right on. I mean, I've had a funny experience in the last week. The last week has really given me much to think about in a lot of ways, in that I'm riding out sort of a wave of productivity and energy that I really have to manage appropriately. Like, I keep coming up with new stuff to do with Meter, and I've been happy with it so far. We can even see more of it today if this gets boring. We can go and have a look at what Meter is about and run a few more things through it and see what they do. And they will do what they're expected to do, but we don't necessarily know what the score will be, because the score is much more challenging in the sense of not everything gets to be an A or whatever. All right, well, good night, Crappy Blind. Let's see, let's copy this next bit over. Everything from overall scale on down. When I say I have an update for purest gain, what I mean is I have a new value for the floating point dithering, and I ran across one person for whom that seems to matter. Notice how I've got a 3.553e minus 44 in the 32-bit dither now? Purest Gain has an earlier version of that where the dither is at a higher level. And I have met a person on Blue Sky who brought up with me that they had a problem with it, and specifically just only sibilance was bothering them. And they stripped the floating point dither and were happier with it. Now this is at like 140 dB down, but this person had some kind of magical ability to hear issues specifically with sibilance. And in so doing, they spotted the fact that the number was out of whack, even though nobody else is ever going to notice because it's 150 dB down. And I've already changed that in the current code. Where did we started with there? Overall scale. In the current code, as I do this, see, I've already got my template code using the 44. And then we've got this. And if I hit save, technically I'll be basically ready to go. And you know what else that means? We've got some deleting to do. All of my current versions of Console X3 are on the desktop. None of this matters anymore. X3 channel, X3 pre, gone. X3 bus, gone. Already built versions of this in the VST. Gone. Gonna be done over. Max VST. Gone. Got to do it over. WinVST. Funnily enough, that's the most recent thing I've done. Gone. Do it over. And then empty trash. And we're off to the races with the new versions. Starting with the AU versions, and here they are right there. I'll then need to do the VST version of just straight up only Console X3. I may have wasted my time a little bit there because I probably could have started with one of the VST versions. But no, not necessarily. Probably better just to go through and do the VST3 version in my usual flow. Because the thing is, the ones that existed in the VST build that I would be maybe starting with and then running with that have a different sequence of controls that I'd have to update, and also are all either channel, bus, or pre. Whereas I'm looking to make one that is all of the above with an extra control. So yeah. I'm doing a little bit of a scroll back, seeing what Food Matt's talking about with the food, I guess. Yeah. So I mentioned how I have new stuff to do. I do. So here's X3. Did I call it M? Yes, I did. CX3M. And this is now what we do with console versions. I've decided that's what I want to do for console versions going forward. They're going to be just the basic thing, because as it turns out, you get to do something fun if you have a slider which specifies whether it's channel or bus. And I have not yet decided whether to update the slider on the graphic version of it so that it lights up if it is not set to a perfect setting. I was thinking about it, where if you have it hard left, that is channel setting. Have it hard right, that's the bus setting. If you have it in the middle, it could be lighting up and being like, hi, this is not set to a standard setting, hope you know what you're doing. Yep, so one plugin, yes, correct, Food Matt. And here's why. Firstly, I get to put out one plugin. It's less complicated explaining what to do with it. You're like, okay, use this plugin everywhere. And I'm currently doing a thing where all of the plugins have the same set of controls to them. Then if you set it to, I do not believe you would need to do. I don't understand why you would need to add automation clips. Because in normal use, you leave those things set to one extreme or the other. You would have all the channels set to channel. You'd have the bus set to bus, and you're good to go. However, if you have all the channels set to channel and you're in a mix, what you do is, I also think it's better to have one, I agree. If you take the channel plugin and you edge the channel setting off of being set to fully channeled, you are expanding. You can make that channel be more dynamic, and you can continue moving it while everything else is the same. If you move it off being set to channel and then just to where it's neutral, it's now expanding the sound. It's less like you're still going through the channel algorithm, the console algorithm, but you're going through it in such a way where the dynamics have been heightened. It's expanding it out on a transfer function level. It's not even a dynamics thing. It's like it's just expanding out the sound. And then if you keep going and set it to fully bus into bus, you're double expanding it. It's just all kinds of spiky, aggressive, extra dynamic peaks. And if somebody wanted to do that, they could do it. Now, if you do the opposite, it acts a little weirder. But then if you have a clipping stage on afterwards or something, you're probably still cool. Take the bus one and you scooch it off of bus, and things will get louder and more saturated. Then if you continue pushing it, what's happening is you're putting an overdrive stage on after the fader. So you can use the bus plugin to do a mix and then decide, okay, rather than just use the controls in there, let's just make everything slam unreasonably hard. And you can slide it all the way to where it's a second channel after the first channel on the bus. And all it does is it just distorts really hard and loses its tone qualities, but we knew that. And then, the reason it would be distorting is because the channel processing happens after the fader, so you can't actually rein it in by padding it with the fader. Might as well just leave the fader fully cranked if you were going to do that, because you would have to clip it afterwards or limit it or something. And honestly, FoodMat, I don't know whether it will matter if Pamplejuice updates. It runs a little sort of update bot on GitHub, which I believe keeps it up to speed. And I have sometimes seen there have been times when I revisited Meter or whatever, and it had problems which I then had to fix because it was trying to use a newer version of Juice or something. But the most recent version of Pamplejuice actually gave me less problems. I think it's possible that Sidara is aware of stuff like that and is actively resisting having people run into troubles. He's able to run that kind of stuff where, are you wanting to use Pamplejuice or are you wanting to use something else? Because I honestly, even though he is building in AI support for it, I still support Pamplejuice. I encourage the use of it. And you can, honestly, I have a README file which helps me know what to do. And it is very similar to what the Claude MD was doing. That's just a reminder for changing this and that and the other thing. And I already had to do that, so fair. Anywho. I've got Shuttle here. Shuttle contains this, which I can drag over here. I don't know if it's going to show me what I need to see, but maybe it will. We'll straight up just copy it. Look at how I have a verbs text. I haven't worked with reverbs for a month or more. That is because I have so many of them ready to go. But who's to say I can't continue and do more reverb going forward? We can get more reverb going on. It would be a matter of me finding a way of updating my Godot engine program that uses Godot engine to calculate reverb constants. I saw reverb developers just the other day in a private Discord talking about how, oh, hey, pretty much no matter what you do, if you're doing a reverb, what you can do is throw 4 all-pass filters all set to 300 hertz in the front. Just do that to go into any reverb. And it's I think I understand what they're talking about there. I would not generalize as hard as that. I'm not doing anything like that. But the idea with running the series of all-pass filters all at 300 hertz, because apparently you can, is just phase modulating everything. An all-pass filter shifts the phase around without changing the frequency balance, and that smears and blurs things. So the idea there, I believe, is that they're telling each other, oh yeah, no matter what else you do, if you're doing a reverb, you probably want to smear and blur everything all the same. And I can't agree, but I know why they're saying that. Yep. It's like, Orban processors? Radio processors? Back when FM radio was a big thing? When you listened to radio, almost always you would be listening through a series of all-pass filters, just like that. That's what the radio sound is. It's multiple all-pass filters, phase-rotating things, in order to then limit and clip them, but be able to have all of the waveforms be symmetrical. That's why that's done. So the idea of throwing everything through a series of all-pass filters just as a default assumption, like, well, we always start by doing this, one of the things that's doing is making the waveform symmetrical. That's why people would be doing it in broadcast processing. And we're very used to hearing that, and it's a pretty normal sounding sound. I've never chosen to do that because I'm always more interested in making reverbs through elaborate delay matrices. And I want to push the metallic quality of not using all passes and then find other ways to avoid it, which I've done with medium success. Like, people have still responded to some of my reverbs like, man, that's super metallic, what's wrong with you? And it's fine. Like, they have their preferences and I have mine. But it's very common to get around that metallic quality by throwing a bunch of all passes there. And I do have all passes. The plugin MV is all about all passes. MV is like the MIDI verb Bloom algorithm, but not really. Not literally. It is the MIDI verb Bloom algorithm is just a pile of all passes in a row. Is pretty much what that is. They might have had something more going on, but mostly it's about being just a giant pile of all passes in a row. That clear coat, cream coat is also all passes. It's exactly the same thing as clear coat, except for that it's all passes instead of comb filters. And you'll note that it has a very distinct sound to it. So using all passes is a very legitimate reverb thing to do. One of the things that Sean Costello, the Valhalla dev guy, has said is that he had plenty of success with that early like Valhalla room and stuff. It happens to be just a very lucky shot at getting a bunch of algorithms with the all passes and comb filters and things. And he just got something that was very good. He's worked much harder to do more recent verbs that were much more complicated and still found that he liked the old sound. I respect that because I do that with a bunch of things too. Sometimes if I try to develop a new thing and I work really hard to get all of its details exactly right, I'll turn around and be like, but I still like the sound of this other thing though. That's what happened with Console X2 and why Console X3 is such a big deal. I went in and did Console X2 with a updated version of the dynamics and with Smooth EQ too. And Smooth EQ is based on the topology of EQs that I make, but all done using carefully crafted biquad filters so that it would produce these neatly shaped little like shelving EQs in which you got to shift the top of the shelf using the resonances and stuff. I did that very effectively. It worked really well. Smooth EQ2 is awesome. Smooth EQ2 being in Console X2 is awesome. The only problem is it did such a good job of isolating sounds and rendering things as just combinations of frequencies that it made it really obvious, like, wow, I'm listening to these frequencies, and I wasn't getting things that I needed out of that because it did that thing like SSL consoles, where all of a sudden you're just listening to the frequencies. And it was failing to deliver the visceral nature of some of the sounds that I like. Mind you, I could still have just not used it as extremely, but it's still there. You can still use Console X2 all you want. But X3 is using the refinements on BezEQ that I've been doing, and even though it's a little wonkier and a little weird, it behaves weirder and is trickier, but I like the basic sound of it better than the biquad filters. The biquad filters, for whatever reason, something about them, maybe there's a ringy quality to them. There's something similarly to how I'm working on making speakers where you can hear more transparently through them because they lack like ringy hangovers and blurs and stuff. Like BezEQ, the currentest version of it, is weird and has its own funny characteristics of overtones, but it doesn't seem to have any of the ringy characteristics that cause a blur in the sound. And all of that Bezier stuff seemed to. So yeah. Anywho, I'm in the middle of doing this, and I absolutely 100% can. But here's what I'm looking to do first. See, it's Text Wrangler I use over here. This is from the code on the previous version. And it looks like this is the order I want. So that's cool. I figured it out right at the top of this. Because the reason I copied this over is because I need to scroll down and in the relevant place. Some of this isn't going to matter. I'm going to have another parameter, and it's going to be a knob called plugin mode. It is MDE for its identification letters. And MDE generates this variable called plugin mode. And if it is larger than 0.5, we engage bus, and we literally can copy this code directly over and replace what is already there. And that'll be all I need to do. And then right at the bottom, all the way to the bottom here, going a little farther, just ahead of the dither. Hello. Have we not updated my code everywhere? That's interesting. I'm glad I spotted that. Don't mind me. I have something that is important while also being 60 billion dB under the noise floor. So looky here. Here's the most recent version of my template code. We've got this going on. We've got a dither parameter that is multiplying my noise level by 3.553 E minus 44. Now let's look at what is currently sitting there in the GUI code. 5.5 E minus 36. This isn't updated. I need to make this be the most current version. Glad I spotted that. And it's not going to be in meter because meter passes through the variables without changing them. Cool. Back over to display overlay. Why don't we? Glad I spotted that. It's literally only this one because I don't go changing older plugins in this way. People are used to working with them the way they are. Let's confirm that that's what I think it is. Plugin processor C. Okay. Excuse me. I know it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's been a brutal week or so. And we do what we can. So here's where process block begins. Glad I spotted that. It's honestly fairly unlikely anybody would have noticed, but I would have noticed. And maybe that guy would have noticed if he ran sibilance through this, because he seems only able to hear it in sibilance. Yeah, look at that. So that 5.5 E-36, that means 36 zeros in there. We need to change it. And I don't know whether there's any template in here. I also don't know why it's even there, but that's fine because one thing at a time, I guess. I can look at a recent VST template and find out more about that. But 3 point. There's my new number, and it's 44 zeros over, not 36. So now, the way that is set up, that one guy out there running a sibilance through this would hear an objectionable quality of the sibilance, and apparently only the sibilance, in only one channel out of 2. Isn't that wild? Hearing is so wild. He wasn't having a problem with anything else. And it has to do with the amplitude of that noise source being too high. Because you see, when he deleted this line of code, he liked it better. And it's a noise source, and it was too high. So it's really quite something. But yeah, I had already arrived at the new value through a process of testing and working with it some more. Meanwhile, here in the other Xcode, let me go and open one of the VSTs that is recent. It's going to be a little cumbersome figuring out what that's going to be. So I'll make it easier for myself by going to Finder, then Desktop, and Airwindows, and Mac VST, and Date Modified has what I need. I think since Cyber City, I've been using the new value. And it's present in Purist Console, which has a channel on bus, by the way, although I could update that too. I don't know if today is the best day to do it, but I could do a Purist Console update that is a single channel value. What are we thinking about that? Because there's gonna be a Purist Console update, and in fact, there's people out there who are really excited to hear that. What if Purist Console also came out as a single plugin with a control in there? Because it's already got a control in there for smooth. I'm starting to have these controls where more of them just appear as part of the system. The smooth control is the parameter smoothing that's really truly able to get rid of zipper noise and yet zip from one place to another effectively. It's the Bezier control smoothing, and it's really working. But then there could also be the console bus for a console plugin. I'm kind of liking the feel of that one. But first of all, here's what I'm actually looking at. And I was looking to open this as well, meaning I don't have to do that open anymore. And see where this is now, the 44. This is now the VST version. Which has this in there, and then I think maybe I'm also using the same value. Let's see. For the double precision. Oh, I've got it tucked in there, so if I was using a long double bus, I would be using that value. It was very close to this already. I think it was the 44, but it was a slightly different number. So let's just do that. It's only going to matter in like mastering or whatever. But to go back to the place where I'm updating the GUI version of Console X3. Because we need to, because that needed doing. Copy. And then here's the double processing version. And let's see what the original looked like, because it's going to be looking at the original now. And yeah, So my original take on the double processing, and it looks like it's actually doing that. I don't know why. How are we running a double? Are we running a double? Are we running a long double? Which are we running? No, we're running a double, so it makes no damn sense. Okay. So now we know what to do about that. Two things, really. Here's one. 1.1 E minus 44. I beg to differ, sir. You're actually 3.553 E 0.44. I did some experimenting and found a better value for that. And that's what's going to make the guy not have problems with the floating point dithering. But then there's a further issue, which is these are already double precision values. So we update the noise source. But these are already double precision values. They're not long doubles. So adding noise at that level is useless. Oh no, Food Matt, what's up? Scroll back. Alrighty. So you're presenting me with one of those challenges. People do that, you know. People present me with challenges and cognitive distress through writing all manners of stuff and then retracting all their messages. So I know that something big just went down, but I never know what it was. I don't get to see stuff like that. Oh, you paste. Oh, Gren's pasted? Gren's, you're not Food Matt. I don't understand. Or are you? Are you Food Matt? Are you posting on two IDs at once? That sounds sketchy and dangerous. It's Food Matt that retracted so much, you see. And it's fine. I'm not actually griping and complaining. What I'm doing is going here and fixing these details, hitting save. I'm going to build while I'm at it. Technically, it will make this version sound just the tiniest bit better to me, having dealt with those things. On the one hand, I'm not going to be hearing it at 32-bit bus, but if I did, it would not be making unpleasant, glassy noises on sibilants, as that other fellow was able to hear. I was never able to hear that before. And then I'm also not adding unnecessary dither to what was already, like if a thing is already quantized to double precision, which is really not enough to notice, then adding an additional dither to it isn't going to help. So that needed the commenting that I just gave it. And I'm now watching it build, which I'm sure is going to be fine. And then we'll go over to the work that I have to do and the rest of it. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, Food Matt went on a tear and posted like 8 different posts and then deleted all of them. People do that. And now I can quit out of Xcode for here and close that and go back over to where I'm actually doing work. Because here's where we start bringing other stuff in. So this is the AU. AU is always running on a floating point bus of 32-bit. Core Audio is based on a 32-bit bus. Even if you're in something like Reaper that has a 64-bit bus, it'll convert everything into 32-bit in order to run audio unit plugins. That's Core Audio just expects that. It probably also means that everything going through your Mac is also 32-bit, but you get to run the internal stuff in Reaper and 64 anyhow. So here we are with this. Not yet decided whether I'm probably going to do Purist Console as well. I know somebody is very excited for me to put out Purist Console 4. Meter really got in the way of that over the last week. I feel bad about that, but there's only so much I can do. And it did pause things enough for me to consider the idea of just putting out a Purist Console 4 without the 2 plugins, where there's just the one slider, like the one that I'm about to add to this. But here we have a whole batch of stuff to do first. Namely, step by step, I'm going to go through and make this order of controls be the way I want it to be. Thankfully, there's only one place where I have to just renumber them. But this is where I get to look at what the sequence of controls looks like in the graphic version. Snurble, oh, look at you. Yeah. People do that too. That's something that I pointedly avoid doing on forums. I believe that they will eventually catch you if you're up to stuff like that. It's very tempting if you're posting your product release on forums to like either bump the thread yourself, be like, "Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and here is my new Flurble plugin." And then the first response is, "I'm still here with the Flurble plugin." And then another response a week later is, "I can't help but notice nobody noticed the Flurble plugin, and I really think that you should." And if you do that, you're going to get kicked off of forums. So what you do is you do a sock puppet, but you shouldn't, because, I mean, it's self-evident that I don't do that because plenty of my stuff just drops. Nobody is there to bump it. But people do that kind of thing all the time. And Snurble, that's exactly why. It's just human nature. I have to get by on actually influencing people by being the thing that I want them to see, which is surprisingly effective. So let's see. My EQ clearly goes first. After that, I immediately go into the thresh attack release and ratio, except for I'm calling ratio inv. Am I doing that in this labeling too? Yep. So let's start putting a little space into these things where they belong. And then I can see on the side here, immediately after BSF is threshold. So we got that part going for us. And then I'm going to be moving this stuff down a little bit. So input, right, is immediately after inv. In other words, it's immediately after the compressor. This needs updating. I don't have it the same. Don't mind me. Just trying to make sense of all this. Okay, so we got a bunch of updating to do. We are no longer doing quite the same form of gain trim as we used to. The new gain trim isn't quite as restricted as this. So my standalone plugins aren't up to speed with what the most recent version of it is. Let's look at what input says. After ratio, which is labeled rat, same as here. We got knob trim. Its input, it goes from 0 to 1 because they all do, but its default is 0.5. So this is now afloat. And you know why that is? Because I can get by with only about 6 dB of boost. After all, you can always throw another plug in earlier if you really wanted to boost it that hard. But the gain trim, especially if you're doing the gain trim going into an elaborate system of saturation and compression and stuff, you're going to want finer gradations than just 6 dB increments. So we're leaving off the let's do the shifting of bits version of it, and we're doing just a straight up normal gain trim that can go up to double output. I also don't know if more still goes from 0 to 12 dB. Let's just lose some of these comments. So what we're looking at is ratio and then trim. So that moves up here. Trim, mode, display. Display we're not going to have. Smooth, and more. So logically, the new thing would be trim, mode, smooth, more. You follow me? Same order. MDE. There. New thing to add also, let's double check that our knob MDE defaults to channel. In fact, it defaults to channel. So that means its default value is 0 rather than 0.5. This is the same one that I was thinking of. Maybe the GUI version, you should be able to double click on it and set it to something. And I could see worse ideas than having it automatically set to 0.5 if you double click it, because it's very easy to get to an exact setting of 0 by just going skronk all the way to the side, or get to an exact setting of 1 by going skronk all the way to the other side. But it's not as easy to dial into an exact setting of a half. Therefore, some of these things, the reset should be to the middle setting. And again, we don't have a display setting for this because it doesn't have a GUI in the first place, so there's nothing to set. And then we got low pass resonance, high pass resonance. On the GUI version, we just say resonance. But on the standalone version, we say low pass Q and high pass Q, which I think sticks. But now we have to go and adjust these to be the same. So let's see, this stuff moves down to under the compressor. And tape goes to under those, and then I'm going to duplicate one. So trim first. A mode. Now I have to boil this down to very few characters because my assumption with the VSTs is that some of them are limited to like 7 letters. There's the thing built into VST where it's like, okay, let's use traditional default maximum number of letters, and they've got it set to 7. And that's why my stuff goes to things like InvWed and so on, and I'm sticking to the 7 letters. So what's 7 letters that would say channel bus? Cha bus, and it will default to cha. And then again, the middle is pre. The middle is neither of them. Oh, grins. Yeah, that sounds very people to me. That sounds very human to me. And this little section has additional labels demarking it off. Trim and tape. And I think I've actually got it labeled something else in the GUI version. I think I've got some, because in the GUI version I get to have much longer parameter labels for things. But it's fine. And lastly, here we have a bit of a mess, but it's not too bad. This needs a little fussing. Namely, and then trim needs to be the first in this little block. Not like that. And then we double smooth. MDE for mode. And now we got to redo all of these, starting with 0. And number of parameters plus 1. So now we've got all that stuff organized, which is good. But it gets better, so let's move this out of the way for the moment. Guess what? The only difference between this and the mono version is that it's got an extra pan. What that means is I don't have to do that over again twice. I just have to behave like it's going to be ready to go. It's not really, but and then delete this one. Note that that was not lit up in blue. MDE name is a new parameter. Everything else that I've pasted was already there, and Xcode knew that it was there. But the reason the pan one isn't showing up is because we're trying to work with the one that doesn't have that defined. And so, everything is the same, except for these tiny changes. And now that's ready to go. We're good. I'm done. Not only that, the same will follow here. It's going to accelerate nicely. Like we're going to have this building like way before time for throwing stuff out for tacos. Oh, see you later, Grins. So zoom up to the top of here, and we have a similar arrangement to do. Which is reasonably straightforward, honestly. And we might not have to set these in order. I'm just doing it because the other one likes doing it this way. Pample Juice cares so much about having these all triggered in order that I'm just making sure that this is also in order. MDE for mode. And we're done with that one. So I can go kind of methodically this way. I'm going to move on to the other one in a moment, but first I'm going to get every detail of this completed so that I'm doing one thing at a time. And currently, it's going to look a little bit like this. And again, I'm pasting this into the version which is not supposed to have a pan pot because it's mono. Therefore, that's not defined as a value, and therefore it shows up as not blue colored. And I get to simply delete it and move on. Same process here. Although in this case, this takes up so much space that I'm simply going to copy or cut and paste it. After ratio, but before more. We've got trim, and then we're going to move smooth down one. I've also got these run into each other. Ooh, I have an adjustment to make here. I think it's only here. Let's double check, shall we? Trim. Yep, all these are defined as float. The unit shouldn't matter other than it will follow the unit where it goes. But this is now wrong. Trim becomes a floating point number, so we're not telling the unit to be indexed. And this turns to 0.0 to 1.0. That should be the only thing I have to do, though. And then mode, MDE. I've seen compilers get weirded out when you get some of these things wrong. Sometimes you're like, okay, this actually still says SMO, but that's probably fine. And then the compiler gets confused because you're invoking it twice or something. It gets weird. Anywho, ratio, trim, which is now like this, mode, smooth, more, then the filters. Meaning we get to copy this from default on up. Copy. And that goes here. And then I get rid of the pan. Bear with me, it'll catch up. It's not scrolling as fast as it might. Oh, no, that actually was where I wanted to get. Didn't take as long as I thought. Boop. And again, this is not like the others. This is now specifying a control that doesn't exist in this build. So param name, and default value don't exist, and we get to delete this case. And we've now caught up on that ground. Now all the controls are set up. We can read them here any way we want. There's no problem with that. But we are going to be wanting to go where it says Start Processing Block here. A lot of this is looking different, but it's doing basically the same thing. Like boilerplate stuff. And we can see where it says const double treble ref and so on. Different format for doing the same thing. But there's an extra one in here. Actually, no, there's two changes I need to care about. That stuff still looks good, but we've got one other thing to include. This needs to be here. But obviously we don't have params MDE. Instead, what we have is this. There, that's all we needed to do. It's up and running, but there's one further issue that I must acknowledge. Where's that trim control? Ah, gain trim. So, where it says param trim and has a whole switch statement and stuff, and it starts gain trim out at 1.0, we are straight up just going to replace that with this bit times 2. There it is, times 2. And that ought to do it. So while we're in the middle of that, let's jump in and do it for the other one, as long as we had to make those little changes. Here's the mono version. Here's what we settled on. Just like that. I have a sneaky feeling I could probably make that a const as well, but meh. Don't know if I have to. Guess we could find out. I mean, surely that should be a fixed value, shouldn't it? No point changing it there. That's just a file. Ooh, but we could jump back into, yeah, let's jump back into here. Here it is. Here's your puppy. I've got 2 of these to update if this works, but that's fine. Consts tell the compiler that it can do some optimizations because it knows that this value is never going to change. So there is also, it means that if you know it's not supposed to change, it will flag if you somehow mistakenly changed it. So I'm not 100% convinced that this is what it's supposed to be, but we're about to find out by testing it out. So this will be a compile time problem, if I'm not mistaken, in that if I'm doing this and then it changes gain trim anywhere, it will fail to compile, and I'll put it back and I'll know to put it back in the other one. But if I can get away with this, then there's no reason I shouldn't. Like here, like if I did const int stepped and then immediately updated it, it would blow an error of some kind. But I think I can do gain trim. I think gain trim is fine. If I did gain trim and then was like, I want more gain for the boost, so if it's larger than 1, then it's multiplied by itself, and that'll give me 12 dB rather than 6. I could do that, but I don't think I'm going to need to. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to do a const. But if I'm only doing this, I think I can. I think I can. And then that should help it run better. The compiler will be just that tiniest amount more efficient if it does that. All right, hit save. Let's build it. Let's see if we did actually edit gain trim anywhere. Because again, if we did, it'll probably throw up, fall over. But I don't think we did. I think gain trim is just set and forget. Set once, it's probably going to end up being 1, and it's probably going to be just fine, and I'll never try to edit it in that way. It does make me wonder a little bit as to what other places I can throw consts in. On the whole, though, I think it basically, I've got them everywhere I need them. It's building kind of slow, but then that is the one that is streaming as well. So we got that going on. I gotta say, as this is in that funny state where it's annoying and also very satisfying. I'm happy I've stumbled over a bunch of little bugs and mistakes, none of which were fatal, none of which were going to break the program, but things that I knew weren't right. And I'm glad that I stumbled over all of those because I've been stumbling over them and fixing them every step of the way. And that's nice. Stuff that got by me the first time. By the way, if you'd like, we can go back to rating songs in meter. If anybody is wanting to see more of that, like I'm good doing this, and now we know that we can const to that. Up, wrong place. And in fact, I literally just have, so that's cool. But did I do it here? Not yet. And then where I left off, I had looked up this, which needs to go here. And now we need to copy over the stuff from Plugin Processors CPP, which is from the VST version of it. And there will be 2 versions of this to do. Here we are at the top of that. And all I'm going to do is have the mono version keep only the L side of it and leave the R side. But here's where it goes. See where it says engaged Bezier smoothing engine? I've got 2 spaces in there for some reason, but whatever. Right up top is where the channel goes when in use. Done. Right up top is where the channel version goes when in use. But we're only dealing with input sample L this time. So we delete references to R. And there we go. And when it's up front like that, that is the bus version. And it says it is the bus version. So in order to find the channel version, first of all, if I'm not mistaken, I scroll down to the bottom of this and see that this is in fact thinking it's already the channel version because that's what I copied it from. I didn't copy it from pre because pre doesn't have the processing. I copied it from channel because channel has the processing, but it needs to be relative to what that control's doing now. There's Bezier Q3, there's the low pass and high pass. Here's the pan section and smooth fader gain. Then we do the bar display section is post the pan stuff, but it's pre the console encoding. And then after that, but before the dither, now we have the same thing that is in here, except for there's a wet dry version and it's the plug-in mode version. And we can just paste that straight in. And console X3 retro version is done. Also, this is something that you can use on like Raspberry Pis and things if the GUI version is too heavy. I think the GUI version is building a Linux build. I think. I'm pretty sure. No, I know it is. I don't have to think. I know. Because a person on Gearspace was using Meter or whatever and complained that the text wasn't being drawn at the right size on the Linux build of Airwindows Meter, which is a Pamplijuice build. So it is building Linux versions. I'm just not sure it's building Linux versions that default work on Pi. Nor do I know whether Sudar is at all willing to do a version of that would work or ship for Raspberry Pi, either kind. I do, though, so we're going and doing that. But not before doing this. Firstly, save and build. It's going to need to build twice because it looks like it is not built. Something is wrong. Or maybe, okay, so let's see if it builds the second time. Cool. It just had never built before. That is the thing that it sometimes does. Now I scoop to the end of this, which is a little quicker because it's not as many channels. And this started out as the pre-version, so it didn't have any of that stuff. And I paste this in and get rid of references to the right channel. Because I've made my life a little bit easier by defaulting to stuff is called R unless otherwise announced. And that includes the channel calculation as being used with plugin mode. And I will be able to test these. Also, funny that that was successful. It was, though. The only reason I think it's funny is because I was expecting it to run into problems. But I'm just looking at this stuff over here, and this is basically done. And this is basically done. And they're all totally done. Meaning I shouldn't need this anymore. And here's the bit where I just went and changed it and updated it. I fixed this, I'll have you know. Don't need this anymore. And for these, I've got to manually drag them to the appropriate spots. So components, and I can also get rid of these. These are now rolled into the 1, or rather, the 2. Because we do still have the audio unit version being able to run multi-channel. That's the purpose of that exercise. Technically, was previously able to do dual mono dynamics processing. That's cool, but I'm not worried about hanging on to it. It's fine. Well, it says. So there's my audio units ready to go. And the most current version of Console X3 for GUI purposes has been updated with all of these things that I've found. And I'm honestly quite grateful for that. Next, running a test of some kind. And here's what I'm thinking. Actually, why am I loading that? Also, that's mono. That's what I could use to test the mono audio unit. Let's do that. So effect stacks, console X3. I think it deleted its stuff that wasn't available anymore. That's clever. I bet it, yeah, VST version is still in the menu, or on the menu, but that's not what we're looking at right now. It is console X3 mono we're looking at right now. And I believe that's our default settings. Let's double check and find out. If anything moves, it wasn't the default settings. No, I'm not surprised. So here's what we do. We load 2 instances of it. Just like that. Here's instance 1, and here's instance 2. So instance 1 is channel, and instance 2 is bus, and that's how we work with this. Now when we hit play, it's going to come through the laptop speakers. Not much of a change in sound, it's not supposed to be. Like maybe it's doing something, but it's not supposed to be a change in sound with everything default like that. Any of these controls will manipulate the sound. But here's where things get a little more amusing. If we take the channel of the channel and start pushing it towards bus, we will be expanding. Which is largely taking the body of the sound and making it be quieter there. I feel like I could take another label in there. I'm wondering why input doesn't have trim written next to it. I thought I had that going on. Let's save this stack. I think we had one here, so we'll save it as itself, right? Console X3 already exists. Sure enough, I do want to replace it. I'm going to load this right back up again when I'm done. Let's jump back into these guys and see what's up with that. I know I defined something. Yeah, see, trim unit. I've got trim unit defined. I would like to also have something next to the channel bus thing, and that will be a little thing saying mode, just so that it's clear that that's a special parameter. I just want that. See, here's what got me. It doesn't do anything with this right away. I've defined it. I am clearly not using it. So what I got to do is scroll back up to where we are specifying all of these. And now I'm confused. Why is it not? Okay, so which ones are showing a custom unit? This is the thing, and we did tell param trim to show a custom unit name. But what's the matter with it that it's not doing that? Oh, I had changed it. Okay, so here's what I did wrong. I had changed it from indexed to generic. Generic means floating point. But to get it to show the unit, you have to tell it it's parameter unit custom unit. Not integer, not generic, special. I scrolled up and I saw this, and that explained what was happening. See, so it goes custom unit. If I do that, it'll draw the text. And the generic is what you do when you're just doing a floating point number, and indexed is what you do when you're doing an int. And certain variables of certain kinds of indexed in the audio unit let you do a pop-up menu, which I have also done in these generic interface things. They're more complicated than people think. There's more to this than you'd think. But if I do these and then add that unit, it will have all the units I need, and then I can fix the other one. Obviously, when I say other one, what I mean is the non-mono one. So MDE unit this time. And that should build pretty cleanly. Actually, what am I doing? Why don't I? Well, because I'm not ready, that's why. It's fine. Then, stereo version. Well, hold the phone. I thought I copied this over this way. Oh, no, here's where it is. So here's trim unit. Then also mode unit. And now that I've done that, we're going to find the same problem exists in the control section up here. because all this stuff needs to have custom unit specified like this. And this for the mode, because I want something to the side of the mode so you can see where the special control is that you want to be careful of. And then and if you don't give it the, hang on. If you don't give it the unit to use, it's probably still not going to do anything. MDE. Build that and we should be off and running. It'll be more fun to show what that trim thingy did on something like Alien Kittens, which is more dynamic. The guitar is not very dynamic, but it's mono. So, build you, at which point you are, to my nearest understanding, completely and totally done, which is good. I like that. Copy that over. Not copying it to the desktop just because that's what I would normally do, but I'm not quite ready to do the VST version yet. I'll maybe fill that in. I'll probably have it done by next week, but I'm not necessarily doing that on stream. By the way, I might look as if I'm a little hot, but I'm doing well for heat waves. It's upwards of 90 outside, and my house is staying nice and cool. I appreciate that. It got enough of a chance to cool off, and the ventilation that I normally use is working so well that, and now let's see, console X3. So here's X3 mono. Actually, I can just look at it and go, okay, here's this one, it's channel, here's this one, it's set to bus. And sure enough, input has a trim next to it, and channel bus has a mode next to it. That's what I was looking to see. And then with the guitar, it seems to get quieter but doesn't do anything else. Or we can just do this. You're not supposed to do that. Doesn't really like doing it with the bus that way. But next thing we can do is open up something like our old classic Alien Kittens. And it's probably not going to work on the mono AUs. Let's find out. Okay, it thinks it's working, but I think it's not. At any rate, you can't open the stereos on the mono, I think is the actual trick there. Yeah, no, I stand corrected. Of course it opened it, because the mono is the version that can open multi-channel. So you can do a full multi-channel mix with Console X3 this way, as long as you use the mono. And it's doing a stereo mix in which each of the channels is entirely and totally independent. And that's cool. But we can also turn those off and load up, oh, not that way. Load up the stereo version. Channel. And then the next one that I add, I set to bus. So there's the one that's doing bus. It's loading it on top of the other one, but if I can turn it on and off like this. Here's the one that is channel. And now, if we expand this, we're clearly still getting dynamics out of it. In fact, we can even see them. But the full version is more like this. So what's happening is, if you have a console mix, and rather than simply setting it to 0, you set it to bus going into bus, you're literally expanding the output from that channel and only that channel. And I would say that's proof of concept. It worked. Cool beans. We'll save that and go on from there. And everything from tape on down, you're supposed to just know what it does, I guess. That's fine. I mean, I could put additional notes on everything for the standalone. This is probably the time to do it too. So here's my thought. Moments before going and thawing out food for tacos, because I've got about an hour, if that, maybe not. But I've got an hour of continuing to hack away at this stuff. And I am thinking in terms of how elaborately do I want to deck out the standalone version with custom controls all over the place. Because I can put those little, see how it says EQ at the top? And then there's a section that says freak, because that's where the frequencies go. And then there's comp for the threshold, and it starts where the compressor goes. Then trim for input, mode for channel to bus. Smooth doesn't have a setting. Tape for more. And then we got low pass and high pass. So I don't know if I need to have a special setting for that. I'm happy with just tape being there as the flagging that. But then there's pan and fader. And maybe it would be good to have the bottom two say pan and fade. Or pan and fader. I believe I can have more than 4 letters in there. It's the audio unit. I bet it'll just make space for however many letters I specify. So pan and fader. And then the mono version, since we can look at that, would just have fader and wouldn't have pan. And I think that's a fine idea. So let's quickly do that before zipping off and getting tacos ready, which I'm looking forward to. I've earned them again today. Clearly, this is a day that I get to eat. I am fed because I did my work properly. I know that's not a rule. That's not really a rule. I'm just being sassy. Let's do this. It'll also flag which version of it is in use, and I like that. Good. So far, so good. I'm just looking it over, making sure everything's right. And the first thing I'm going to do is copy over a custom unit. Actually, no, I can copy this directly. You look at that. We can just take this and replace the generic with it. So watch this. Out parameter unit, K audio unit, parameter unit generic is common to all of these when they're not special. So we can just do this. And then pan unit, fade unit, and we're good to go. I do like the fact that the Pampa Juice version, when you build it, it installs the plugins for you. That's kind of handy. I admit to finding that kind of cool. All right, so here we go. Trim unit, except for now it's fade unit. You'll note that I have it capitalized on one side and not on the other. We're just going to call that arbitrary. Oh, and we're building, but it's complaining because we haven't used it, because I didn't really need to build it right then. I get a little scattered and ahead of myself sometimes. So, same deal. Copy both of these, because custom unit is position independent. And all we're really caring about is where it's picking the unit name. And that should work. And then I'll skip back just enough to see whether I gave it the right name. I did. Build again. And this is really kind of how all this works, is just running around and iterating on stuff, trying new things. You know what? I have gone so far with this that I'm going to call this so finished that we're going to copy it to the desktop. And this is the exact build that people are going to get. So first we option drag to console and then drag it directly to the desktop. And then my next thing would be making the VST versions of that one. But not before doing the mono. Option drag again, and then drag that to desktop. Who knows, maybe it would be fun to do the VST. Well, do I really want to go and do the VSTs of this, or would I like to do the Purist Console 4 that operates with this new control? Because I'm feeling like I maybe would like to do Purist Console 4 this way too. After all, if you're using Purist Console, you don't have any other controls, but there might still be a use for being able to, well, Purist Console 4 no console processing version is meaningless. So you wouldn't be doing that. But you'd still have exactly the same behavior of if you had the system set up and then you took the channel and moved it towards bus, you would get more dynamic expanded sound, and that would be fully functional. So I kind of like the idea of letting that be available, even though people won't automatically use it. But then also if you have post plugin clipping, you get to do the same thing with bus. And it'll make it clip a little hotter, but all the same, that would actually work. And that gives people an opportunity to not only use Purist Console 4, but also to tweak it in those ways if they find a need to. So that seems kind of neat. I kind of like the idea of that. So let's jump in and have another look at these now that I've changed some of those bits. And then I'm going to go and thaw food. Effect stacks is what I would actually like to be seeing. This never remembers the positions of things. It's opened bus last. And now in the bottom it says pan and fader where it's supposed to. And if I open one of the monos, here's the mono and it only says fader because it doesn't have a pan. I think we got there. That's pretty cool. I'm going to be doing the VST along the same lines, meaning I'll have to update all of its little stuff as well. And I might just want to drag a copy of it over. I feel I deleted those maybe precipitately. Surely it'll be easier to start from an existing example rather than literally doing all of that stuff over again. It was just a bunch of reshuffling, and it was pretty straightforward reshuffling too. All of these need to be done. Up, up, up. What are we doing? It's getting away from me. Oh no. So let's drag console X3 channel over. On my little SD card. And it shows right up over here. And pretty much the thing I'm talking about, let's empty that trash now. I can do all that editing and tweaking that I just did a little more conveniently if I make a new VST, but then I copy stuff over like this. See? All I'll have to do is the similar kind of moving stuff around, but otherwise I have to type all of this stuff out manually, and it's just going to save me a little trouble if I start from an example like this, which is already built and works. And that'll be a little bit more straightforward. Maybe that's even a fine idea to do for in a moment. For now, I'm going to do a little more entertainment in the way of, there it is, Bastel Castle Techno. Okay, well this has been interesting in previous versions. Let's see what it does when we're doing this. Groove is a fairly decent little jam. I'm not going to be away from the computer long enough for this to really matter, but effects stacks, content peak, and this one you get to hear on stream. So here's my Bastel Castle jam that I previously, if I remember correctly, I was mixing this down live using console X2 to make these jams and using a reverb channel as well, in the belief that I was nailing the mix, but I was not doing something like getting to refer to a version of Airwindows meter, so bits of it were probably a little bit off. But it's been through console X2 on its way to here. It's not just a direct input. And I'll be back in a moment because I'm going to go and thaw out food and get ready to make tacos for dinner. It's good bass. It's bad hit color. So apparently the deal. Here, let me stop this. Okay. Wrong mouse. Wrong mouse. So let me stop that. So apparently the deal with the Bastel Castel jams is that they desperately need brightness and hi-hats and things, which I can see. Like, it's making some noises, but at no point do the noises actually work for that. So yeah, I'll buy that. Also, the lows that they produce are humongous and arguably too big. So I end up with this deeply bass-oriented tone color, which is wildly not enough, and it's probably worth me fooling with that again at some point. And so my hit intensity is about as unintense as you can possibly get. Fair enough. Fair enough. You live and learn. This is the first I've seen this, by the way. That's interesting. We'll quit out of there. I'm looking forward to patiently over the next few weeks or so going and evaluating a bunch of this stuff in Airwindows Meter. Like, the most recent revisions that I've done are very helpful as far as me being able to get this stuff work better. And right now what we're looking at is firing up a generic VST for console X3 and using X3 channel as a template so that I can skip ahead a little bit. I feel like that's a fine idea. I'm going to want to do that, and I'm only going to have to build one of those VSTs, although I'm probably going to want to also do Purist Console 4 that way. I think I'm probably going to want to do Purist Console 4 that way. So we may as well get moving with that. Here's how I go about this part of the process. These things get copied over into here. Boop. And there, see, it looks like I could do with doing a version of Purist Console 4 that doesn't do that anymore. We can but try. And when I do a VST master, that one works kind of like this. It goes here. We name it. We go into Text Wrangler and a multi-file search. Search again. Look in a particular folder, namely this one. I'm going to go in and change those names too. And replace all. If it says that, it did it right. It said that, so it did it right. Now I got to update those. X3 rather. It amuses me that I'm running with like this Elon Muskian tendency to make the newest, hottest consoles. They have to be named X, but there's a legitimate reason which Elon did not have. I worked my way up from console 1, which was just console, to console 9, at which point I switched over to these other ones. And console X was the first one that I had done that had graphical user interface using Pamplejuice and all that kind of stuff. So there's a legitimacy which is there, which isn't there for our man, the Boer. And yes, I could simply have called it console 10. But I mean, Roman numerals, those are cool too. Technically, we could be calling it X1 and X11 and XV and so on and so forth. But you know what? Whatever, we do what we can. Doing our best. Doing this, scrolling to where it says gain. It didn't change those. It didn't update those. I am not sure why it can't, but it didn't. It's part of my instruction manual telling me to do it like this. I've got a page which has all of these actions written out in detail so that I can know how to do them properly. Then a little Command I. Select the correct ones here. Proc. And the H file. I'm flying through this stuff just because I'm that familiar with it. And now we're going to do a similar thing that I was doing earlier before getting to go and have dinner. Honestly, I've been skipping so many dinners. My ambition, if I can grow the Patreon well enough, is to be able to buy clothes again. What with revising my diet based on the requests of my doctor, who I don't get to see all that often, but I do get to see thanks to Medicaid, has been pushing me so hard to be like, eat less carbs, lose weight. We don't want you to become diabetic. You're making some progress in not being pre-diabetic. More, go more. And so I'm turning into this Hollywood fit monster, very impressive movie star looks and stuff. And that's fun, but it does lead to your stomach grumbling some. But what it also leads to is, at this point, I technically could do with going and buying another basically full set of pants, just so that they will fit more snugly, because it's getting to where I could get pantsed by somebody that ran up and yanked my pants down. Is the slimness is catching, it's sneaking up on me. And that is about as yololol as I could possibly ask for. More than I'd actually ask for, to be perfectly honest. And so here's where we define some things. And in fact, okay, so let's see. So I'm going to be updating this stuff. We're going to build it and then update it. And remember that it was going to be CX3A, and then it's CX3B, also I think all in capitals, for the Pample Juice version, and then it's CX3M for the mono version. So we know that this becomes CX3A. And I do believe I can straight up just copy everything from this point on down. Yep. Yeah, I run into people on the regular who are like, oh man, I should do something about it. I'm not happy with this belly. I'm not happy with the size of me. I'm not happy with my slight overweight. And I'm like, yeah, you can if you're persistent and you have enough motivation and maybe sometimes other things happening that will help. It'll take some years. It's taken me years and a certain degree of discipline. But then it's just like, how bad do you want it? It's doable. You just have to kind of evolve the fundamental way that you live around food and snacks and things like that. Like, I don't get to have the same snacks I used to want. Instead, I'm snacking on peanuts and stuff because peanuts are very low carb and low sugar compared to how much fat and protein they have. And not everything is like that. Like you could eat almonds, not the same. Not the same at all. They're way higher in carb than peanuts are. And of course, anybody that's allergic to peanuts would be just straight out of luck. Fortunately, I am not, or if I am, I'm not very much. Okay, from here on down to where we're setting all of these variables up, right up to here. It's all getting updated. I'm going to look like, I don't know who Chicolo Estefano is, but maybe. Because it's not only doing that, I also need to stay fit. So I am happy to say that after the crazed burst of work for meter, I haven't got back to practicing my instruments. That's coming. But I've got back to lifting weights before I go to bed at night. And that's important. I wouldn't be happy if I totally just left that off and didn't return. Because that's the kind of thing, if you do stuff like exercising, sometimes you get into a jam where it's like, I just stopped one day and never started again. And thankfully, I'm avoiding that. Ooh, I think I'm going to have a bunch of renumbering for this stuff. This is going to be more time consuming than I thought. By the way, Eru, if you would like to, rather than watching me grind my way through this, enjoy looking at what Airwindows meter does on like some tracks, either of mine or the stuff that I have to go through and reevaluate, because that's a thing that I did at the very beginning. Was at the beginning of stream, we went through and evaluated all of these, and I wrote down the scores so I don't have to do those over again. And I let people on stream see what this was showing. So just so you know, if you'd like to request one of the songs that I've got, or just request whatever, see if I've got it, I'll stop and switch over to running that through Airwindows meter and talking about what it means, what meter is telling you about that song. Because that is also something that I must do. I need to go through and do a bunch of this. For now, I'll simply go through and do a bunch of this. And then the thing I was talking about is I'm going to need to rearrange these and reorder them. And that's going to mean for every step of the way I'm renumbering them. And that's going to be a little bit of a pain. But what do you want? It's fine. Because we're getting into that zone where me, like, repeatedly doing all of this stuff, not the most enticing content anybody could ask for. I'll try to keep a running dialogue going. I didn't have to do this. I could have started doing something else, but it's kind of late in the day. And I will have to do this at some point, so I might as well share that with stream. And it'll put me I'll have this slight boost in terms of having a head start on doing the VST, at which point I can do the Windows VST and all 3 Linux variations, including the Raspberry Pi ones and all that kind of stuff. And that'll be nice. I love the fact that I have a Pamplejuice version, a GUI version, which is all fancy and stuff. That's great. I love that lots. But at the same time, it's nice to have stuff that runs on a potato, runs on an antique PC from many, many, many years ago that they can't get anybody's plugins to work for anymore. And it's just kind of there being useless. But all of my most recent stuff will still work on that machine. And that's by choice. I specifically want it to be like that. Stomach is definitely grumbling. Dinner time awaits. It's coming. Dinner time's coming real quick. Ooh, I already know one of the changes I'm going to make here. Get parameter display. And then I already know this is going back to float. Also, I feel like maybe I have another change to make. Ooh. Remember how trim is based on something? Let's just scoot up to the top and see what our defaults. Aha! This is no longer a shifting a bits gain trim. Not at all. This is now just multiplied by 2, so its default value is in fact 0.5. Got that. I believe I've got all of the other defaults correct for the audio units. Otherwise, I think I would have noticed. But yeah, down we come. Parameter name. Parameter display. These ones I can reorder and it's not going to be a pain. And those. These ones, if I reorder them, I have to type the number out again. So that's a bit of a pain. I'm heartened by the fact that some of these don't require renumbering. I can just scramble them up and they'll be fine. And this is actually in use on these, which is neat. And no renumbering or anything, but here's where we're going to type those things to go into the side. And then here's that stuff. Hit save. Now all I've got to do is everything that was here, and we're pretty much off and running, except for there's a few changes to be made. So let's see. I should be able to do this in 2 pastes each time, because this stuff, although, let me see. Okay, there's not going to be a console X3 channel proc. I had to drag this over from the other computer because I'd already thrown it away. So it doesn't matter if I edit this now. And in fact, I had already decided that we can make this be a const. Oh, and not to forget, this times 2, so that 0.5 is unity gain, and then you can vary it from that. And with that, we got a few more things to do in here. So what was my previous code looking like? I think I can copy from the other previous code. But it ain't this. So that's about to be copied to, but what we're talking about is copy from. Recent project isn't telling me things that useful, but what I can do is go over here to where the other stuff lived. And it's going to open this up. I'm going to want the stereo version of it, just cause. But I'm actually looking at the part up here. because just like we did gain trim, it's trim times 2, right there. We must add, after tape bypass, plugin mode. And there's a neat trick to this coming up. So here we simplify this. There's no such thing as all of that, but there's just MDE. So plugin mode becomes literally the output of that VST parameter. And now we've got this all caught up. We can scooch this over here and reopen this. And then here's where our parameters get adjusted. So we need this formulation of this stuff from overall scale on down. And let's see, copy that from there. Hang on, spot check. Param times 3 power 3 plus 1, 120 pole filter. Okay, that was in fact what it was supposed to be. Cool, cool. Here we are over here. We got to go all the way from the top down to while. And that goes like this. And we do it twice. But here's where things get kind of cute. Like we've got stuff to do here. Where we have to engage things like, here's the bus parameter stuff. Here's the Bezier smoothing engine. Here's the gain trim switch. See how it says times gain trim and like that. And it does appear to be brought up. Well, no, it's not. But it's actually the same code there. Here's Bezier Q pre. And then scooch down to the bottom. And here we have the channel encode, or not, as you see fit. And then for the VST version, we haven't included the VST version of that stuff yet. But we do have, apparently the VST version not covering dither properly. So we've got a little fussing to do here. But maybe not, because here's what we're pasting to, and that's up to date. And that's up to date. So now we've got the control stuff there, and then we've got all the audio code between here, like the abs stuff there. Scroll up there. So you think, oh, we got to deal with all of these details as well. This is clearly more challenging, only to just discard it afterwards. But there is a trick that I didn't tell you about. And that is you can paste the code from the audio unit directly into the VST. It's audio processing code, and all of the VST specific things have already been taken into account. As long as you have the dithering stuff updated, which it is. this is the part that's different in VST and AU, and it's only this stuff, and we've already brought that up to speed, up to and including having a plugin mode, and the plugin mode is working. So all we do is go down here from the denormalization stuff, which has its own purpose as well. The fact that it's adding a noise at that level is causing the noise floor of the plugin to transition seamlessly between working audio and an analog style noise floor. And here we copy that. And here is the float version, the 32-bit version. So we paste from here down to here, boop, Instant Console X3, and then keep going to where we're working on the double position version, and paste from here down to where long double bus would be doing the 64-bit dither. And we're not doing that, but we are doing the wide noise generation. And so now, although we haven't set up all of the new parameters like trim or whatever, and we might be able to do that before the end of the day. Like if we try to build this now, we're going to run into some trouble. Not bad trouble, but a little bit of trouble. That is because it doesn't know what some of these parameters are. And I think what it's tripping over is that it hit up. Ooh, look, we've got another thing. Okay, so this is definitely. Oh, okay. Well, I stand corrected. I wasn't quite as clever as I thought that I was, but this is not a major problem. I overlooked the fact that some of my parameters are being done inside the Bezier filter. These are the ones, the amplitudes towards the filters, and also threshold and ratio and more and low pass and high pass and fade and pan. But all I have to do here is a search and replace. And this is in the old version of Console X. And this is the old version of Xcode, so I'm very familiar with how this stuff works. To start this process, all I need to do is literally just delete everywhere it says this. And then I'm going to delete a space and parenthesis to the other side of all those, and we're done. So copy that, put it into there. If I was to do this on and it'll do it across both of the things. Boop. And then it's still showing me where it's having a problem. MDE is not declared either, but that's a separate problem. And then I know going in, although I can't search for space parenthesis, what I can do is look for where these red flags are, and I know that is where I have to do this. And then we're basically good. Where is it saying? Oh, there. I missed one. That should be. Oh, no, missed another. Missed another. If I do that now, it'll have an extra problem, which is now it'll have an extra parenthesis. but we can skip down and try to remember all of them as they go by this time. Oh, well, now what's that about? There we go. Looking for this. And then one here, one here, here, one here, one here. Missed this one first time. There. Now if I build it, it's still going to have a problem because it doesn't know what MDE is, but I'm going to go and tell it. We're making pretty good time, honestly. This is making fairly good time. And I won't need this. This is actually code I'll never need again because the smoothing is now Bezier smoothing. And this is non-Bezier smoothing. This is from other code where I was smoothing linearly between bins. So we shouldn't ever have to do this again. And now the part to make it work involves reshuffling all of these things. So we don't need console X3 channel ever again. If I did, I would simply copy it from the other computer again. So this is the VST we're working on. But we're going to copy from here. Actually, maybe I can simply open this in Text Wrangler, and it'll be easier to get all of this stuff right. You can show over there. And now I just go through and duplicate everything that I have here. So here's the top of the console X3 H file. Here's another case where we're going to be renumbering. So smooth and trim go down to over more. There's a space after ratio. Trim goes to the top of here, which could also be done by smooth going down here. And then it's mode and then smooth. So MDE. And that's got everything covered. I didn't need to do any more, other than maybe take away this blank space and then count it up from 0, which is something I'm going to end up doing several times, but not literally every time. You know the funny thing about this? I don't think you have to do it. I think it'll just assign enums starting from 0 if you don't specify. But for whatever reason, I've got this going on specifying, so I'll continue that. Sometimes I do the Chesterton's fence kind of thing, where it's like, I don't know why it's doing this, so I'm going to continue. I'm not confident enough to override it and be like, no, you're not doing that. Stop. Do something else. I think you can actually just enumerate by listing them like this. Actually, wait a moment. So whoa up there. So we've got this. Yeah, on every platform you're able to do that, so it's a complete waste of time. So let's not do it that way. I'm going to go in and edit that out of my template files later too. Know what I was thinking? No, it can just do it like this. What am I talking about? How much more convenient that is. He says, imagine if there was actually a gotcha to it, and it's like, nope, you can't. Guess what? You're wrong. You lose. I suspect, however, that I'm good and that that's actually going to work. Because it seems to be what's working when I do it here. We can do it there just fine. And it's deriving numbers from that stuff. And it's able to do it just fine. So we're going to assume that works and that I can update my template to operate better. Now, we've got a little more fooling around to do. So these don't technically have to be in order, but I don't care. I'm going to have them be in order anyway. MDE. There. Now it has an MDB and it will compile. It won't work perfectly yet, but it will compile. Boop. Build succeeded. So that's a strong statement. It's not really succeeded because it won't work yet, but it built. It compiled properly. And then here's the part that I need to update. And I'll have a working console X3 VST, which maybe I can, if I'm real quick about it, I can demonstrate that before I go off and have tacos. Just make a space in front of more. I'm extremely sure this doesn't have to be in order. I'm just doing it that way because I'm being regular. Oop. And we're defaulting to channel for all of these. Save people trouble because they're going to be instantiating more versions that are just channel than anything else. You got to remember to set the bus one to bus, otherwise it'll be super crazy loud. So there we go. We got those. We got that. That is the way it's supposed to be. That is being instantiated correctly. Everything is good. Cool, cool, cool. On we go to chunk data getting updated. Now what we could do is have chunk data and then access the enum. And we're not going to do that. So we got a little bit of fussing around with renumbering these things. If I didn't have that before, I wouldn't have to worry about that part, but it's not too much of a worry. It's fine. I always find it kind of vaguely soothing to be going through these tedious things. MDE. And now it's time to update this bit. So. That ought to do it. Also, I like the fact that these are in sets of 4, because the fact that they're in sets of 4 means that I can kind of see when they're arranged properly. And seems good enough to me. Enough to go through doing another batch of them. Let's do that. Okay, that looks fine. Wait, let's make sure that yep, 12 equals DRM. And it just said 12 equals DRM, and there it is again. Alrighty, that looks done. And now with these, we don't have to renumber anything from this point on, I think. That's handy. I like that. Not technically what I was fixing to do. It's fine. I was just reminding myself it's MDE I was looking for. You crank away on this kind of thing and your brain starts to short out and you can't think of simple, obvious things. It is what it is. So those look right. Getting closer and closer to having it be buildable and ready to go. The text stuff down here is going to be a little fussier, but not all that much. You can tighten that up. Same process here. Drag it to the new place and then copy and paste. And MDE is the magic letters that we're looking for mode setting. Bit collection 444. Trim mode smooth more. Good. Now we get to play with some words. And we've long passed having to renumber things, which is nice. I'm digging the not having to renumber things. It's not hard. It's just time consuming. Somewhat tedious. Since we're using the case statements, we are freed of having to renumber things. Okay, and now we need to look at what those words were supposed to be. Here they are. And next to them, what the side words are going to be. So trim input. Mode. Bus. Rest is exactly the same, so we don't need to do anything with that. And then last, and nope, not last. Second to last is this. Otherwise, it won't draw anywhere. Or it'll draw all wrong and stuff. We don't want that. Boop, copy, paste, and MDE for mode in both places. Now we're at last. So can't go by the text written there, but we can go by the case names. So ratio oh, interesting. I've got a slightly different name there. That can be changed. So first things first. Smooth goes there. Then copy, paste. The top one becomes MDE for mode. And now time we update some of those things. So EQ, frequency. We're going to call this comp because that's what we're doing for the time being. Trim, MDE, and we write mode next to it. Smooth doesn't have a comment next to it. Tape next to more, good. And then these both get one. Pan. Fader. And with that, it's like exactly 5, or near as damn it, and I am super done with this stuff. If I am not mistaken, we can build this. Let's scooch that over a bit. We've got a VST. Option drag it to there. Drop into the VST folder. While I'm at it, I can remove the other ones. Console X3. Bus channel and pre are all replaced by just one handy dandy plugin, which is easier to deal with as far as installing it and everything. Especially for the GUI versions, having to go to 3 separate GitHub projects in order to install it. Ew, I'm glad I don't have that going on anymore. What am I doing? I'm hitting Command S and Command B even though I've already built it and don't need to do it. Wow, yeah, clearly I'm making all kinds of sense at this stage. It's dinner time. I need to stop and go have dinner, but not before demonstrating that it worked. Console X3, effect stack. Those are the AUs. But now we're going to add VST effects. X3. Here it is. Everything looks right. It looks right up to and including the mode there. Close that and add another. Here's the second one. Bus mode. And now we just open the original one, which is set to channel. Everything looks basically as it should. Takes up a little more space, but that's normal for these. Here it is running through Console X3 VST version, the version that will also do double processing in Reaper. And if we switch it to channel bus to fully bus, this is exactly what I'm supposed to hear when I do that. So I'm going to call that a rousing success. If I look a little, it's not as hot as it looks like it is in here. Although, a funny thing about that, like, it's pretty reasonable in here. It's not too crazily hot. Outside it is 100 degrees. Like, the cooling that I have through just ventilation and an exhaust fan in the attic and stuff is honestly pretty respectable. It's pretty good. But yeah, it looks hotter than it is. because it's hot enough to be a little like sweaty, and my lighting seems to highlight that for some reason. What are you going to do? Anyways, I'm done for the day. I get to go and have tacos now, and I will enjoy them. And I wrapped up around 5, which is pretty good for me this week. This last week I've been cranking way harder than I necessarily should. But it's been worth it because now I have a dedicated console X3, which does double duty, triple duty as console, bus, or pre, which is no encoding of any kind, and just run it as a calculator, run it as a anywhere you want all of the EQs and dynamics and stuff, but you're not in a console system, so like you're in mastering or something like that. This is what you would do for that. And I'm all set. I'll be posting something this weekend. I'm not entirely sure whether I should be doing a plugin or whether I can simply do another meter post that does a better job of explaining how to use it. I feel like the hour-long post that I did maybe wasn't the final word. People seemed happy enough to see it, but I'm not sure that's really the final word in how to use Airwindows meter. But I don't know, maybe it would be good to throw a plugin. I do feel like there needs to be a video called How to Use Airwindows meter, ideally in a mix context, because although it's good at evaluating hit records and stuff, I feel it's way more useful in a mix context than it is in a mastering context. I mean, you can use it in a mastering context, but I feel like it would be better used in a mix context, because some of the things that you do to adjust it are like level setting type things rather than just EQ everything together type things. And hey, photo player, you just caught me at the last moment before I went off and had tacos. And I am happy to hear that the live stream DAW performances are working well. You know, another good thing about them is that they don't run latency. So if you're doing live performances of whatever kind, it might help you do that. And I'm happy with that choice. Generally, I try to make things be no latency. So on that note, I'll be doing something this weekend, whether it be better explanation of how to use Airwindows meter or dropping a plugin. And I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.